Chapter 1887. 7 days later, in northern Lyon City, the Saintess undergarment was auctioned. The news spread like wildfire, and the entire northern region was in an uproar. The Saintess of all beginnings also received the news. Her face turned cold, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. She didn't expect that the other party had finally made a move, but this time she wanted to see who dared to be presumptuous in front of her. Everyone listen up. We'll set off for northern Lyon City immediately. Soon, the Saintess of all beginnings left with her people. They set off for northern Lyon City. Not only them, but most of the warriors in the entire northern region also set off for northern Lyon City. They also wanted to see who was behind all this and dared to fight against the Saintess of all beginnings. Northern Lyon City was empty at this moment, except for Lin Xian and the other two and the countless formations they had set up. But 1 day later, some people appeared in the city. Over the next few days, more and more people appeared, but most of them wandered outside the city. Only some extremely bold people dared to enter the city. As for the people outside the city, they were all waiting. They were waiting for the arrival of the Saintess of all beginnings. They knew that there would be a fierce battle between the two sides, and they didn't want to be involved in such a storm. On the 5th day, Lin Xian directly threw the Saintess undergarment into the sky, and it floated above northern Lyon City. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those warriors. One had to know that although many people had gone to the exhibition, it was still too little compared to the entire northern region. At this moment, most people had not seen the Saintess undergarment with their own eyes, so when they saw it in the sky, they were all excited. Many people even directly flew into the sky to see it up close. This is the Saintess of all beginnings undergarment. It's really fragrant. The chaotic chi on it is too strong, and it even has the fragrance of a young girl. It really is the Saintess undergarment. Seeing it, this trip is not in vain. I wonder what price this item can be auctioned for. It's really exciting to think about it. Boom. Suddenly, a shocking fluctuation came from afar. Rays of resplendent aura flashed like a wave and swept over here. Suddenly, the faces of the people around northern Lyon City changed dramatically, and they looked frightened. This aura made their hearts tremble, and they couldn't resist it at all. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the sky full of brilliance arrived nearby, and a terrifying pressure spread out for thousands of miles, making one's hair stand on end. Puff! In the sky, a huge primal chaos hand stretched out. It was like a demonic mountain that came crashing down rapidly. Suddenly, the martial artists who were watching the doo-doo in the sky were blasted into a bloody mist and ceased to exist. Seeing the scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled nonstop. This is the Chaos Palm. The experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land have arrived. They must have seen the Saintess undergarment in the sky, so they were angry. Sure enough, the martial artists who were still in the sky felt their scalps go numb. They looked into the distance as if they had gone crazy. They were merely curious and excited, and wanted to observe the battle from a closer distance. Never had they imagined that they would run into people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Most likely, they were going to run out of luck. The All Beginning Holy Land would definitely attack them. Sure enough, in the next moment, the terrifying chaotic palm in the sky slammed down again. It pierced through the void and enveloped dozens of King Realm experts. A terrifying power swept past them. Instantly, the dozen or so kings in the sky exploded. Humph! Who dares to blaspheme the All Beginnings Saintess? The All Beginnings Holy Land is handling matters. Those who have nothing to do with it should scram. Cold shouts resounded in the sky. The martial artists of northern Lyon City were alarmed and frantically flew out of the city. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. If the All Beginnings Holy Land treated them as enemies, they wouldn't be able to leave. Soon, everyone retreated from northern Liang City. The city became empty once more. As for the other martial artists, they gathered outside northern Liang City and silently watched the battle. Humph! The sky trembled once more as a large hand grabbed the saintess' undergarment. The void trembled rapidly like a painting, as if it would shatter at any moment. But right at this time, a pitch-black ray of light shot out of northern Liang City. Then it turned into a black fire qilin and soared into the sky. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura. Feeling this aura, everyone's heart trembled. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. What a terrifying power! Who is it? When the martial artists outside the city saw this scene, their faces turned pale. Boom! In the sky, the black fire qilin collided with the terrifying heavenly palm. The two energies sublimated and exploded. Dazzling light rushed in all directions. In the end, the black fire qilin roared and tore apart the heavenly palm with its valiant strength. Humph! A cold snort was heard. Clearly, the All Beginnings Holy Lands people were very dissatisfied with the other party's strength. In the next moment, the All Beginnings Saintess arrived with countless experts. Which scoundrel is it? Get out here! In the sky, an old man shouted loudly. His voice rolled out and swept down. However, there was no response from the city. It was empty, and there wasn't a single person in sight. It was as if the black fire qilin just now had come from hell and wasn't created by someone. Seeing this scene, the All Beginnings Saintess frowned. The experts she brought with her were also frowning because the city below them was too strange. They had probed it with their soul power more than once, but they couldn't sense any energy fluctuations. The martial artists outside the city also looked at each other. They didn't know who it was. In the city, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and Lu Mingyue hid in the array and concealed all their auras. Even a powerful figure couldn't detect their existence. Therefore, the All Beginning Saintess and the others couldn't see Lin Xian and the other two, but Lin Xian and the others could see the situation above. Is that the All Beginning Saintess? Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Among them was a woman in a beautiful robe. Her aura was very special. Standing in the crowd, he could recognize her at a glance. Yes, it's her. Her name is Zheng Xiao, Lu Mingyue said coldly. Lin Xian nodded. Then he turned his eyes and glanced at the 100 experts behind the All Beginning Saintess. However, when he saw two middle-aged men among them, his pupils suddenly shrank. Powerful figures. The dark red divine dragon was also nervous. Damn it, this woman brought two powerful figures. Yes, the red-robed middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man in the sky were two powerful figures. Their qi and blood were like dragons, soaring into the sky. Everyone couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship them. Lin Xian was shocked, but then he snorted coldly. So what if they were powerful figures? Chapter 1888. The next moment, he used a formation to make the Saintess' undergarment appear on the streets of the city again. Damn it, it's here again. The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land in the sky saw this scene, and their faces immediately turned gloomy. This was clearly a provocation. Humph, I'll go and kill him. A young man walked out with an abnormally cold expression. He looked at the Saintess of All Beginnings with a trace of adoration in his eyes. Then he said coldly, Saintess, let me go. Okay. The Saintess of All Beginnings nodded and did not stop him. Given the current situation, she had to send someone to investigate the situation. Seeing the Saintess's permission, the young man was overjoyed. His figure flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed down. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the city. I don't care who you are. Hurry up and come out to die. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The young man looked around and shouted coldly. No one responded to him. Only the saintess undergarment in front of him was floating, emitting traces of primal chaos aura. Humph! The young man snorted coldly, thinking that the other party did not dare to come out. Therefore, he strode forward, wanting to seize the saintess undergarment. Soon, he arrived in front of the undergarment. When he smelled the fragrance, his eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand to grab it, but at this moment, countless sword chi appeared behind him and quickly condensed into a figure. Pooh! With a sweep of the sword, a head flew and blood sprayed. The corpse fell, dyeing the ground red. Seeing this scene, the people outside the city were stunned. They had been paying close attention to the situation in the city, but they did not expect that someone would suddenly appear and kill the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. This method was heaven-defying. In the sky, the saintess of all beginnings and the others frowned when they saw this scene. The other party had killed the young man in front of them. This was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. Therefore, everyone's expression was unsightly. Saintess, I'm willing to go down and kill the murderer. I'm willing too. I'll go too. Exclamations sounded one after another. Then 8 figures turned into azure dragons and descended on the streets of the city. Their auras were like dragons, and their bodies were surrounded by primal chaos aura. Everyone stared at the blurry figure in front of them. This figure was one of the sword god phantoms of Lin Xian's 6 god sword art. At this moment, seeing 8 more people rushing over, Lin Xian released the other 5 sword god phantoms. He faced off against the 8 All Beginnings Holy Land cultivators. Kill. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out, but it ended quickly. The 8 kings had their foreheads pierced by the sword. Blood splattered everywhere, as 8 corpses fell to the ground. 1 sword, another sword. The 6 sword god phantoms attacked at the same time, killing 8 experts with a single strike. They were like gods of death, standing quietly on the street, the sword chi in their hands pointing to the sky. Terrifying killing intent overflowed into the sky, sweeping through the 9 heavens. I'll go kill him. This time, there were a few old men whose clothes were fluttering in the wind. Their killing intent was awe-inspiring. However, the saintess of all beginnings shook her head slightly this time. No need, let's go down together. I want to see what other tricks they can play. Boom, boom. Countless chaotic lights gathered under the feet of the saintess of all beginnings and turned into a divine wind, carrying everyone down. In the next moment, more than 100 people descended. Their enormous auras and powerful soul power instantly searched all the streets. However, they didn't find anyone except for the 6 sword god phantoms on the street. This caused them to frown, but they weren't too worried. This time, they had 100 experts, the saintess of all beginnings, and 2 almighties. Unless the other party was a peerless almighty, no one would be able to defeat them. And if a peerless almighty really attacked them, no matter what the result was, the All Beginnings Holy Land would definitely hunt them down. They actually came down. Inside the formation, the dark red divine dragon was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Originally, he was still thinking about how to lure all those people down from the sky. He didn't expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to come down. Now they could close the door and activate the formation. Let's go! Lin Xian didn't hesitate. Soon after, he and the dark red divine dragon activated all the formations in the entire northern Liang city. Apart from the teleportation formation used to transfer almighties, all the other formations bloomed with endless light. Thunder rumbled, and booms resounded throughout the world. The entire ground began to tremble. Long rainbows pierced through the clouds like dragons. They were extremely dazzling. In the next moment, the entire northern Liang city was enveloped. Formations, so many formations. Outside northern Liang city, The martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Who would have thought that an empty city would actually have so many spirit arrays set up without anyone noticing? This was simply too unbelievable. Fortunately, they hadn't entered before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to come out. What kind of ruthless person would use so many formations to fight against the All-Beginnings Holy Land? They were extremely shocked. Resplendent rays of light erupted from their eyes. They wanted to see the scene inside the city. Light flickered inside the city as runes lit up all around. The expressions of the people from the All-Beginnings Holy Land changed. They didn't expect that there would be so many formations waiting for them. Saintess, what should we do? The kings quickly asked. The aura released by the formations in front of them was too terrifying. Even if they had 100 experts, it would still be very difficult to deal with them. The Saintess of All-Beginnings coldly snorted. Her expression was extremely cold. What are you afraid of? Aren't they just some formations? You guys should also use the Chaos Sword Array to fight against these formations. As long as someone appears, kill them without mercy. After saying that, a sharp killing intent appeared in her eyes. It turned into 2 resplendent rays of light that pierced through the doo-doo in front of her. In an instant, the pink doo-doo in front of her was shattered. The 2 Almighties had calm expressions because these formations couldn't threaten them. Thus, their eyes erupted with light. Their powerful soul power formed a storm. Who is it? Come out. What? You still don't dare to come out? The Saintess of All-Beginnings sneered. Don't dare to come out? You think too highly of yourselves. We've always been here. It's just that you're too weak to discover us. A mocking laugh sounded from the opposite side. Then the formations flickered and Lin Xian and the other 2 appeared. Saintess of All-Beginnings? How impressive! You brought so many people here, but you think they can protect your life? Today, I will kill the Saintess. My name will spread throughout the Eastern Wasteland. You want to kill me with just you? You're overestimating yourselves. The Saintess of All-Beginnings sneered. I'm the Saintess. I'm not someone you can imagine. You're just lucky to become the Saintess. If you really want to compete with strength and talent, you're not qualified to become the Saintess. Chapter 1889. Then the Saintess of All-Beginnings' expression changed. The Holy Land cultivators behind her also widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the 2 Almighties frowned. Lu Mingyue, it's really you? The Saintess of All-Beginnings' eyes were filled with killing intent. I didn't expect you to use such a despicable method. That undergarment is yours, right? So what? You've chased us over and over again. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Today, I'm going to cut you down with my sword. Lin Xian took a step forward. The sword chi on his body shone, making him look like a sword immortal. You, a 5-star king, dares to stand out and show off. Ridiculous. Lu Mingyue, your little lover isn't very smart. He dares to go against the All-Beginnings Holy Land. He's really courting death. The Saintess of All-Beginnings looked at Lin Xian with a trace of disdain. A 5-star king was not enough to defeat her. She could kill him with a wave of her finger. So what if I'm a 5-star king? Lin Xian sneered. I'm more than enough to deal with you. I think you're out of your mind. A little 5-star king dares to talk nonsense here? In front of us, you're just a piece of trash, an ant. We can kill you with a wave of our fingers. A young man stood out and sneered. So you'd better kneel and wait for death. Maybe we'll be happy and give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know what it's like to live a life worse than death. A 5-star king is trash? Is that so? Then your Saintess clone was easily killed by me. Doesn't that mean she's worse than trash? You. What did you say? Don't talk nonsense. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. The other party said that he had killed the Saintess clone. How was this possible? He wanted to say something, but the Saintess of All-Beginnings trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless coldness. "Damn brat, it's you? You dared to kill my clone. I won't spare you today." What? A clone was really killed? Everyone was shocked, and the young man's body trembled, almost kneeling on the ground. The clone of a saintess was at the level of a saintess reserve. Ordinary people would not be able to kill it. However, a 5-star king had actually killed the Holy Maiden's clone. This was truly inconceivable. But soon he sneered. "Damn it, that's impossible. You must have used some kind of trick, or an elder of the family took action. That's how you succeeded. Otherwise, how could a mere 5-star king like you possibly succeed?" In the next moment, the young man let out a cold shout and extended his hand to grab Lin Xian. The void trembled, as if a scroll was being violently rotated by someone. A gigantic palm appeared, surrounded by resplendent multicolored light. It covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping Lin Xian. "Humph!" Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a flick of his finger, a beam of sword qi surged out. Puff! In an instant, the sword qi pierced through the huge palm and even cut off the young man's arm. Ah! The young man clutched his severed arm and crazily screamed. His eyes were filled with alarm. He did not believe that his opponent was so powerful. "I'm trash? You can't even block a single move of mine? Are you trash among trash?" Lin Xian sneered, disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Ah, damned brat, I'll kill you." The young man's expression was malevolent. Streams of primal chaos qi rushed out of his body and transformed into a giant in the void. Buzz. But at this moment, Lin Xian took a step forward, using his extreme speed to instantly arrive in front of the young man. He slapped out with his palm, sending the young man flying. Then he returned to his original position. Bang! The young man with the severed arm was slapped, and half of his face was shattered. Not only that, but his body was also sent flying, crashing into a nearby house. Astonishment, absolute astonishment. The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were all stupefied. The majority of them did not even see Lin Xian's movements clearly. There was no doubt that this was a peak expert, an existence they could not contend with. The saintess of All Beginnings shouted, "Everyone, listen to my order. Attack and kill them. As for that bitch Lu Mingyue, I want her alive. Kill." With this order, the martial artists of the All Beginnings Holy Land rushed toward Lin Xian's group. "You want to attack?" Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the entire ground trembled. Endless brilliance shrouded the 100 or so people. Then, the sky was filled with dazzling lights. Array after array displayed formidable power, rapidly bombarding the kings. "It's an offensive array. Hurry up and defend." In the sky, angry roars resounded. Then, intense collisions rang out, and terrifying energy tore through the void. "Did you really think that we let you in without any preparation?" Lin Xian sneered. The plan was going smoothly. Apart from the saintess of All Beginnings and the 2 almighty experts, everyone else had been enveloped by the array. For a while, they could not come out. Well, let those people deal with the array. Next, let's play. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He kept glancing at the saintess of All Beginnings and the 2 almighty experts. "Humph! You want to attack us? You're really overestimating yourself." The saintess of All Beginnings sneered. No, your opponent is not me, but her." Lin Xian dodged and got out of the way. "Zheng Xiu, I didn't expect you to be so vicious as to send people to kill me. But now, it's time to pay back this hatred." A terrifying aura surged from Lu Mingyue's body. Her delicate hand held a willow leaf saber. "Lu Mingyue, I admit that you were indeed a genius before, but now you can't be compared with me at all. I'm already a saintess. The resources in my hands are absolutely beyond your imagination. In this period of time, I've far surpassed you. So, attacking me is the biggest mistake you've made. Humph! Lu Mingyue did not answer. Instead, she clenched the willow leaf saber in her hand. She waved her arm, and pieces of saber light flew out. The two peerless beauties fought together. The momentum was very terrifying. There are two left. Ruffian dragon, do you choose the red one or the blue one? Lin Xian asked indifferently. It was as if they were choosing two cabbages instead of two almighty experts. I choose the red one. As for the blue one, I'll leave it to you, said the dark red divine dragon. Courting death, the two almighty experts were furious. The other party dared to choose them so casually. How reckless! After all, they were almighty experts. Even the saints would not dare to be presumptuous in front of them. But now, the man and the snake were casually choosing them to fight as if they were cabbages. The two almighty experts' faces were unusually gloomy. It seems that the two of you are really reckless. Chapter 1890. As almighties, our power is not something ants-like you can imagine. Now, go to hell and repent. The red-robed almighty snorted. Endless rays of light shot into the sky from his body, as if a flaming divine beast had descended. Accompanying it was an unimaginable power. It instantly enveloped the entire northern Liang city. At this moment, whether it was the sacred land warriors who were fighting against the array, Xingxiu or Lu Mingyue, their faces changed drastically. They could feel a powerful force enveloping their surroundings. The almighties have made their move, everyone exclaimed. As for the cultivators outside the city, their bodies were also trembling, although many of them could not see the situation inside. No one left. Instead, more and more people gathered here. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out from the city and enveloped the area. Immediately, the warriors trembled and almost knelt on the ground. Almighties, the almighties have made their move. Everyone screamed when they felt the pressure. Who is inside? Even the almighties have made their move. Many people's eyes shone brightly as they wanted to find out. Inside the city, the red-robed almighty was like a god of war with supreme majesty. Boom. In the next moment, a red palm slapped toward Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The void trembled as heaven and earth exploded in an instant. The terrifying red palm rushed over like a red mountain. It was unbearable. Buzz. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's pupils constricted. Although they spoke frivolously, they had never been careless. After all, the other party was an almighty. This was also Lin Xian's first time fighting with an almighty. An almighty was an extremely powerful person among the kings. Their cultivation was usually at the level of a 7-star king. Such a person was extremely terrifying and had powerful divine abilities. Hence, they were called almighties. At this moment, seeing the red palm slapping toward them, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and raised their speed to the limit. Boom! The red palm slammed down and exploded the void. However, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon dodged the palm by a hair's breadth. They actually dodged it. The mighty figure in red looked surprised. He didn't expect these two ants to be able to dodge his attack. What a strange movement technique, to actually be able to dodge my attack. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have such a strange movement technique. You two ants, do you really think that you can fight against a mighty figure with just this movement technique? As expected of an ignorant ant, by the side the mighty figure in blue sneered, although the other party dodged their attacks. So what? They did not think that two ants could fight against them. On the other side, Lin Xian's expression was grave. He said to the dark red divine dragon, "Let's begin, ruffian dragon." Try your best to delay him." "All right." Ruffian Dragon nodded. He then took out the 10,000 beast cauldron, and several quaint shields appeared around it. Previously, Lin Xian had given him quite a few Earth Tier treasures, and now he was using them. In the next moment, he swung his dragon tail and quickly charged forward. "Reckless snake, you're courting death. Today, I'll stew you with snake soup." The mighty figure in red sneered. "How dare you come here? You really don't know what's good for you." On the other side, Lin Xian also used the Dragon Sword Realm, which instantly enveloped the mighty figure in blue. The mighty figure in blue did not dodge at all, nor did he resist. After all, a 5-star king's realm could not hurt him at all. He wanted to see where the other party's confidence came from, and what kind of means did he have to compete with a mighty figure. Countless sword chi surrounded him, as if it was a world of sword Tao. As for the mighty figure in blue, endless blue light surrounded him, forming a huge divine bell that protected his body. "Brat, I advise you to surrender obediently. Call out the person behind you. You alone can't set up such a killing array. I really want to know which faction you're from, and whether they sent any mighty figures this time." The mighty figure in blue did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. In his opinion, there must be other experts hiding in the city. "You want to find out who's behind me? Sure, defeat me first." Then he pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, and his entire body was filled with monstrous killing intent. The dragon sword realm around him cooperated and quickly slashed out shocking sword chi, slashing forward. It was like a vast sea, extremely terrifying. "It's useless." The mighty figure in blue looked disdainful. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast blue light surged out, blocking the sword chi that filled the sky. Then he snorted coldly, and the sword chi around him shattered into pieces. "Did you see that, kid? Your attack is nothing in front of me." Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that the mighty figure was too terrifying. With such an attack, even the saint would have to resist it with all his strength. However, the other party only waved his hand and destroyed all his sword chi. This was something he had never encountered before. However, since he had already decided to attack, he naturally could not back down. He stomped his foot and turned into a sword light, slashing down with the demonic sword in his hand. "It's useless." The mighty figure in blue sneered disdainfully. He stretched out his palm and grabbed at the air. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire void was imprisoned. It was as if an invisible quagmire had appeared around him, causing Lin Xian's speed to decrease rapidly. With a cold snort, countless sword lights shot out from Lin Xian's body and escaped from the restraint of space. Then the demonic sword stabbed forward. This sword strike even carried a loud and clear dragon roar. Ka, ka, ka. The 9 darkness demonic sword slashed on the blue light screen, creating a shocking collision. Then it tore open a crack. However, that was all he could do because the demonic sword could not go any further. This time, the mighty figure in blue was also surprised. He did not expect that the other party could tear open his blue light screen. This indeed shocked him. However, he did not think that it was Lin Xian's ability. Instead, he stared at the other party's 9 darkness demonic sword. He did not expect that an ant would have such a treasure sword. It seemed to be at least an upper-grade Earth-rank treasure. Not bad, not bad. I just happen to lack a suitable weapon. You can give me this demonic sword. The mighty figure in blue's eyes lit up. Obviously, he had his eyes on the demonic sword. Give it to you, my ass. Lin Xian snorted. The great dragon sword soul circulated crazily, and his combat strength increased again. A terrifying sword chi swept through the void. At the same time, he waved his left fist. The apocalyptic black dragon fist's violent aura turned into a ferocious black dragon and rushed out. Boom, boom, boom. The apocalyptic black dragon fist shook the mountains and rivers and exploded the void. However, when it hit the blue light screen, it seemed to have merged with the sea. Chapter 1891. Aunt, you're too weak. The mighty figure in blue sneered and waved his hand. A terrifying force instantly rushed toward Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian's scalp went numb. He felt an unprecedented crisis. The next moment, he performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, the black armor wrapped around his body. Whoosh! He appeared on the other side and dodged most of the attacks. However, the power of the mighty figure was too terrifying. Some of the aftershocks hit him and sent him flying. Boom! Lin Xian crashed into more than a dozen buildings before he stopped. The mighty figure in blue sneered with his hands behind his back. "And it's over." Then he stopped paying attention to Lin Xian and turned to look at the other battlefields. On the other side, the dark red dragon was also sent flying. The saintess of all beginnings and Lu Mingyue were locked in a fierce battle. The other kings were trying their best to resist the bombardment of the formations. I didn't expect there to be so many formations here. They're too much of an eyesore. Why don't we just tear them apart? The two mighty figures sneered and decided to attack the surrounding formations. Boom! However, just as they were about to act, shocking energy exploded in the two ruins behind them. Then 2 figures appeared. One was Lin Xian. His black hair danced wildly, and his body was surrounded by sword qi. The black armor shone brightly and covered his body. Therefore, he was hit, but it was not a fatal injury. On the other side, the dark red dragon was also baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He had the body of a divine dragon, and his original realm was that of a mighty figure. Therefore, although this attack hurt him, it did not break his dragon body. "Old man, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you know how powerful I am." Lin Xian gnashed his teeth. The dragon sword soul in his body had reached its limit, as if it was about to break out of his body. On the other side, the dark red dragon roared crazily. "Damn old man, how dare you hit me? I'll tear you apart." Kill, kill. With 2 furious roars, Lin Xian and the crimson divine dragon charged forward once again. Roar! The dark red divine dragon let out a furious roar as its body suddenly expanded into a 100 feet long divine dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged forward. A terrifying dragon might filled the air. What? It's actually a divine dragon. This time, the red-clothed Almighty frowned. He didn't expect that the creature he thought was a snake was actually a dragon. Boom! In the next moment, he unleashed his great magic power and fought against the dark red divine dragon. On the other side, Lin Xian's body was also shining with golden light. His terrifying aura soared into the sky. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him, and he grabbed it. Boom! With a swing of the sword, the terrifying sword qi was like a vast ocean. "Useless kid," the mighty figure in blue sneered disdainfully. He waved his palm again and slapped forward. He could easily shatter such an attack. Boom! Crack, crack! However, this time his expression changed. That was because the terrifying sword qi had actually split apart the blue screen of light and slashed at his palm. A bloody scar appeared on his palm. How is that possible? He actually broke through my defense. The mighty figure in blue narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He was an almighty, a supreme existence. Even the saints couldn't break through his defense, but the 5-star king in front of him had done it. It was unbelievable. "Damn kid, how dare you hurt me? I'll make you pay a painful price." The mighty figure in blue was furious. Previously, when he fought with Lin Xian, he was like a cat playing with a mouse. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just an ant that he could crush with a little force. Now, he was bitten by an ant. He couldn't stand it. So what if you're an almighty? Today, I'll defy the heavens. Lin Xian's expression was cold as a terrifying sword qi rushed out. Roar! The monstrous sword qi turned into a black dragon that emitted a powerful force and charged forward. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. The mighty figure in blue sneered and spat out a surging river that swept toward Lin Xian. In the next moment, the sword Qi True Dragon collided with the roaring river, emitting a violent energy in the air. Facing this energy, the mighty figure in blue didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was wearing the black battle armor, and using the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, he dodged quickly. Buzz! In an instant, the mighty figure in blue arrived near Lin Xian and slammed his palm down mercilessly again. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a fatal danger. In the next moment, he flipped his left hand, and the Hell God spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed forward. A terrifying aura shot into the sky and pierced through the void to meet the terrifying palm. Boom! With an explosion, Lin Xian was sent flying and spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the mighty figure also took 3 steps back. It was another high-grade Earth Step artifact. The mighty figure in blue was shocked. He didn't expect Qin Haodong to have so many treasures. Good boy. It seems that I've underestimated you, but when you die, all the treasures on you will be mine. This time, the mighty figure in blue's aura rose again. He was like a demon king that could crush the 9 heavens. Buzz! Not only that, but he also spat out a terrifying sound wave from his mouth. The sound wave was like a demonic sound that carried a powerful soul attack. The kings in the surroundings were affected as well. What a terrifying soul attack! All the warriors around retreated. They didn't dare to fight against the aftermath of the sound wave. For a moment, there was a vacuum around Lin Xian. That boy wants to compete with the mighty figure? He's overestimating himself. He was definitely dead. This attack would definitely extinguish his soul. The warriors of the holy ground of all beginnings who were fighting against the array in the distance sneered when they saw this. Competing with soul power? Lin Xian sneered. His current soul power was no weaker than the mighty figure's. Therefore, his soul power gushed out and turned into a transparent sword qi that slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. Their soul powers collided in the air. With them as the center, they swept out in all directions. At this moment, not only did the kings in the city feel a powerful soul pressure, but even the warriors watching the battle outside the city trembled and almost knelt on the ground. It's a soul attack. Oh my God, who is fighting? Just the aura alone is hard to resist. Mighty figures. This is definitely a fight between 2 mighty figures. Heavens, that mysterious organization is really terrifying. They can send out mighty figures. Outside the city wall, exclamations were heard. Although they couldn't see the situation inside, they judged that it was a fight between 2 mighty figures based on the energy fluctuation and the strength of the soul power. Of course, this was only their guess. Chapter 1892. In the city, the mighty figure in blue looked very upset. In his opinion, the other party dared to fight him with soul power, which was simply courting death. But now, he found that was not the case. The other party's soul power was very powerful and had reached the level of a mighty figure. It was not weaker than his at all. He couldn't believe it at all. If a saint relied on various magical powers and magic treasures to fight him to a draw, he would be shocked. Although he was shocked, he could still accept it. But the other party was only a 5-star king, who was even weaker than a saint. Not to mention fighting with a mighty figure like him, But now the other party had done it. Although he was at a disadvantage, he couldn't kill the other party in a short time. What worried him even more was that the other party had endless magic treasures and magical powers. And the more he fought, the stronger he became. Who knew if this was the other party's ultimate combat power? Maybe it would increase after a while. On the other side, the mighty figure in red was also shouting angrily. Obviously, he had also suffered a strong blow. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon was absolutely powerful. Although he hadn't fully recovered his magical powers, he was powerful enough to fight against a mighty figure. Therefore, the two fought fiercely, and the mighty figure in red was completely restrained. As for the other warriors in the city, they were all dumbfounded. The warriors of the Holy Land who were fighting against the array were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They didn't expect the other party to be able to fight against a mighty figure. This was too shocking. Damn it! Who the hell are they? How can they fight against a mighty figure? Heavens, am I dreaming? These people were so shocked that one or two of them were so excited that they accidentally forgot to defend themselves and were directly killed by those arrays. Damn it! Stop watching. Hurry up and defend. Let's fight against these arrays first. Even if they can fight against a mighty figure, they absolutely can't defeat him. Angry shouts came as these people once again fought against the arrays in the sky with all their strength. On the other side, two fairy-like women were also fighting fiercely. But sensing the situation in front of her, the beautiful face of the saintess of all beginnings also changed. Impossible! How can they fight against a mighty figure? The saintess of all beginnings was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Although he is only a 5-star king, his power is absolutely beyond your imagination. Ordinary saints were no match for him. What? Ordinary holy sons are no match for him? The Holy Maiden of all beginnings was really shocked this time. The holy sons and holy daughters were the top geniuses of the younger generation. However, the saints were also divided into strong and weak. Some of the stronger saints could indeed see through Hung Nung. However, there weren't many of them. However, the other party wasn't a holy son at all. He was only a 5-star king, yet he was able to contend against an almighty at this moment. This truly surprised her greatly. Damn it, where did you find such a person? The saintess of all beginnings looked at Lu Mingyue with killing intent surging in her eyes. She couldn't figure it out. Lu Mingyue was just someone who had been abandoned by the Holy Land. How could she have found such a powerful helper? Humph! Lu Mingyue didn't bother to answer at all. Instead, she sped up her attacks. He knew that although Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were strong and could fight against mighty figures, they wouldn't be able to last for long. After all, the power of a powerful figure was too terrifying, so she had to finish off the saintess of all beginnings as soon as possible. You want to defeat me? You must be dreaming. The saintess of all beginnings naturally understood this point and immediately sneered. These days, with the full cultivation of the Holy Land, her strength was still extremely terrifying. She believed that she had definitely surpassed Lu Mingyue. The next moment, she waved her jade-like hand and blasted forward. Endless chaotic aura gushed out, and streaks of chaotic lightning exploded in the air like thunder. Large amounts of energy flew in the air, which was extremely terrifying. Lu Mingyue was moved because the other party was indeed too powerful. However, she had also obtained a lot of opportunities, and her combat strength had reached the level of a real saintess. So even though she was shocked, she wasn't afraid in her heart. The next moment, Lu Mingyue waved the willow leaf saber in her hand, which turned into pieces of saber light that destroyed everything and completely dissolved the terrible light palm. The saintess of all beginnings was also shocked. She didn't expect that Lu Mingyue had also reached the level of a saintess, Before she became a saintess, she and Lu Mingyue were both saintess candidates. However, now that she had become a saintess and received the full cultivation of the Holy Land, her strength had greatly improved and directly reached the level of a saintess. Moreover, she thought that Lu Mingyue was still at the level of a saintess candidate. Although there was only a difference of 2 words, the gap between a real saintess and a saintess candidate was huge. It was like a gap between heaven and earth that couldn't be crossed. However, to her surprise, Lu Mingyue had also broken through and reached the level of a real saintess. This greatly surprised her. Humph, so what if you've reached the level of a saintess? Compared with me, you're still far behind, because you don't have a holy land to back you up. Speaking of this, the saintess of all beginnings expression was extremely solemn. Countless chaotic aura directly enveloped her. At the same time, a huge chaotic domain soared into the sky and swept toward Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue shouted coldly, not afraid at all. Her king's domain also emerged. The next moment, the 2 domains collided in the air. Boom, boom. This was a fierce battle. Both of them had the combat strength of a saintess. So, at this moment, they were evenly matched. The 2 kings' domains kept colliding, bursting out brilliant lights one after another. The void cracked, the earth trembled, and countless cracks spread in all directions. The saintess of all beginnings was like a fairy. Her expression was cold, and her palms moved with powerful energy and terrible killing intent. Lu Mingyue also felt great pressure, but she didn't panic. Instead, she calmly dealt with it, because she believed that she could definitely kill her opponent. Boom, boom, boom. After another fierce collision of domains, both of them kept retreating, spitting out blood. At this moment, against her beautiful face, there was a different kind of beauty. Kill. Lu Mingyue shouted with a murderous look. Both of them were saintesses, so she had absolute confidence that she could kill her opponent. In the next moment, she changed her previous route. Instead of being incomparably ethereal, she opened and closed wide. The long saber in her hand was like a demonic saber, slashing in all directions. At this moment, Lu Mingyue seemed to have transformed into a demoness, which was extremely terrifying. The saintess of all beginnings expression finally changed. She didn't expect her opponent to be so powerful that she couldn't suppress her. This made her extremely uneasy and even a little crazy. Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Be asterisk TCH. Go to hell. Chapter 1893. However, Lu Mingyue, her former opponent, was no weaker than her at this moment. In fact, she was even stronger than her. The saintess of all beginnings couldn't accept this. Damn bitch. Go to hell. The saintess of all beginnings expression was a little ferocious. The next moment, her lily-white hands quickly formed a seal, and endless light erupted from her king's domain. Finally, the chaotic energy quickly trembled and transformed into a figure that was exactly the same as the saintess of all beginnings. A total of 3 figures appeared, each one like the real saintess of all beginnings. These were chaotic clones. Lin Xian had killed such a clone before. He just didn't expect the saintess of all beginnings to refine 3 chaotic clones. The 3 clones appeared, floating in the king's domain. They didn't attack. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. Every single one of them was flawless and extraordinary, as if they were fairies who had descended from the heavens. Their lily-white hands formed a seal, forming one strange seal after another. Then, a vast aura gushed out from their bodies, forming a Tao diagram in the sky that wanted to suppress Lu Mingyue. So powerful. Lu Mingyue was moved. She knew about this kind of chaotic clone, but she hadn't cultivated it at that time. She didn't expect the other party to have cultivated it. She knew that there would be a fierce battle, so she didn't rush to attack. Instead, a purple battle armor appeared on her body, completely covering her delicate body. After putting up a good defense, Lu Mingyue finally attacked. She raised her left hand, and countless chaotic lights surrounded her. Then she slapped out. The chaotic energy tumbled all over the sky, forming a kuenpeng. It was incomparably huge, crushing the 9 heavens, and quickly flew toward the Saintess of all beginnings. Humph! The Saintess of all beginnings coldly snorted. The king's domain behind her flickered, and the 3 chaotic clones' palms were constantly changing seals. Each clone bloomed with incomparably bright light. They were like fairies, incomparably sacred. Countless runes rushed out of the 3 clones, turning into a heavenly hand that slapped forward. Boom! In the next moment, the jade-white palm collided with the terrifying kuenpeng. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The violent energy formed a storm, spreading in all directions. Boom! Boom! The surrounding buildings instantly collapsed. Even the distant All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists and the array formations in the sky were affected and dimmed. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Whoosh! Lu Mingyue's body swayed, and the willow leaf saber in her hand unleashed a saber light, splitting apart the terrifying energy storm. Then he quickly charged forward. In the blink of an eye, she arrived above the Saintess of all clans and slashed down with her long saber. The Saintess of all beginnings looked up at the scene with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. The 3 clones behind her provided even more runes. As she waved her hands, they formed a terrifying screen of light. Boom! The 2 of them fought a crazy battle. Terrifying light soared into the sky. Each of Lu Mingyue's slashes was stronger than the last. She was like a demonic god, slashing apart the light screen and descending forcefully. The Saintess of all beginnings had a grave expression on her face. Her entire body was surrounded by light. Although she was enveloped by the entire king's domain, she could still feel how terrifying that blade light was. Her opponent's saber light was simply too powerful. It actually shattered her 7 layers of light barriers. The distance between the 2 of them was very close, only a few meters. If she was hit by Lu Mingyue's saber light, it would definitely not be a joke. She would definitely be seriously injured. Damn it! How could this bitch become so strong? The Saintess of all beginnings frowned. She really couldn't understand how Lu Mingyue could be even more terrifying than her. This was simply incredible. Buzz, buzz. However, she would not admit defeat. The next moment, a look of determination appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then, her palms drew a strange movement. The 3 clones behind her suddenly opened their eyes, and light burst out. The runes on their bodies shone even brighter, and their jade-like hands quickly formed a strange seal. Then, they gently opened their red lips, and a strange syllable emerged in the void. It was like the sound of nature. It was extremely mysterious, and each syllable carried a terrifying energy. These syllable runes were all injected into the Saintess of all beginnings, making her shine like a goddess. Boom! The next moment, she waved her white palms, constantly slapping them, and rushed into the sky. Rays of bright light drifted in all directions. At this moment, the Saintess of all beginnings was indeed extremely powerful. She was like 1,000 hands Guanyin, constantly waving the white jade-like hand of heaven. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, grabbing forward. Humph! Do you think that your doppelganger divine ability is invincible? Today, I will break your divine power. Facing the terrifying hand of heaven, Lu Mingyue snorted coldly. Her opponent's strength was also beyond her expectations, but she still had another divine power. Heaven-defying demonic saber. This was an ancient lost technique. It was very powerful and terrifying. However, although this divine power was terrifying, ordinary kings did not dare to use it at all because it was dangerous. This heaven-defying demonic saber was powered by a person's spiritual power and life force in the body to exert its greatest power. Therefore, even if one killed the opponent, they would suffer great damage. They might even fall seriously ill, and in serious cases, they might even lose their lives. Therefore, ordinary people did not dare to use it at all. Unexpectedly, in order to defeat the saintess of all beginnings, Lu Mingyue even had to use this forbidden divine power. Hearing that Lu Mingyue was using the heaven-defying demonic saber, the saintess of all beginnings' pupils shrank sharply. She had heard of this divine power. She just did not expect that Lu Mingyue would have such a terrifying divine power. You want to use the heaven-defying demonic saber? You're really overestimating yourself. It seems that you can only stop here. The saintess of all beginnings sneered. She knew that Lu Mingyue's combat strength was only SOSO. Otherwise, she would not risk her life to use the heaven-defying demonic saber. Humph! On the opposite side, Lu Mingyue snorted coldly and did not answer at all. However, a terrifying aura erupted from her body. Wisps of blurry chaos chi began to gather around her. It formed a vague saber shadow that kept spinning. When the first saber shadow emerged, Lu Mingyue's face immediately turned pale. Her life force had been taken away a lot, but her aura was indeed getting stronger and stronger. Secret technique of all beginnings. Seeing this scene, the saintess of all beginnings did not dare to be careless. She quickly urged the 3 clones behind her to strike out mysterious runes. They condensed into a light shield in front of her. A bronze armor rushed out of her body and wrapped her body, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Humph! Let's see if your heaven-defying demonic saber or my secret technique of all beginnings is more powerful. The saintess of all beginnings snorted coldly. On the opposite side, Lu Mingyue suddenly opened her eyes. Strange Tao patterns flashed in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 1894 / With a shout, Lu Mingyue's jade-like hands danced, and the lancet in her hand slashed down quickly. The terrifying saber radiance flashed like a rainbow, cutting through the void. It slashed down forcefully in front of her. The surrounding wind blew violently, and thunder and lightning fell. As the saber slashed out, the world lost its color. The terrifying saber radiance was mighty between heaven and earth, and the surging energy surged forward like waves. A huge saber radiance rushed straight into the sky. At this moment, all the warriors in the city changed their expressions and looked back in horror. Heavens, what kind of saber technique is this? It's so terrifying. Is this the legendary devil saber against the heavens? This woman is crazy. How dare she use such a demonic cultivation method? The warriors of the sacred land were horrified. Even Lin Xian, who was fighting with a powerful figure, frowned. He could naturally feel the horror of this saber. It was not weaker than the sword Qi that contained the dragon sword soul. This surprised him very much. The dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique, and there were few techniques in the world that could compare to it. However, it was really surprising that Lu Mingyue could use a demonic saber that was on par with it. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even the powerful figure in blue changed his expression. He naturally knew the power of the devil's saber against the heavens, but he didn't know if the saintess of all beginnings could resist it. Boom! In front of her, the vast energy slashed down toward the saintess of all beginnings. The saintess of all beginnings launched a strong defense, and she would not sit still and wait for death. She waved her jade-like hands, and bright light palms rose into the air. Boom! Boom! However, The terrifying palm was actually devoured by the demonic saber after coming into contact with it. Not only that, the demonic saber seemed to be able to absorb the energy of the light palms and became more dazzling and powerful. As expected of a demonic saber, it could swallow the enemy's attack and use it as its own energy to strengthen itself. It was indeed full of demonic power. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Saintess of All Beginnings' face turned even uglier. She could neither fight back nor not fight back. She could only move her body and keep dodging. However, the saber shadow was very strange and locked onto the Saintess of All Beginnings. Boom! The terrifying saber radiance turned into a demonic shadow and slashed in front of the Saintess of All Beginnings. Pung! The shield of light in front of her flickered and shook violently. As the two collided, waves of vast energy swept through the 9 heavens. The runic light shield only lasted for a moment before it was cut in half. As for the demonic blade, it shone even brighter, completely enveloping the Saintess of Wanshu. The pupils of the Saintess of All Beginnings shrank sharply. She felt the threat of death. Even if she was wearing armor, it would be difficult for her to block this attack. But at this critical moment, the Saintess of All Beginnings' eyes flashed with determination, and she shouted. Form shift. In an instant, her body disappeared and reappeared behind him. A chaos avatar appeared at the spot where she had been standing. Puff! As soon as the doppelganger appeared, it was split in half by the demonic saber. That frightening demonic figure also rapidly disappeared. Whoosh! Seeing this, the Saintess of All Beginnings paled, but she breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Lu Mingyue's body swayed, and she almost fell over. The burden on her was too great. She felt the life force in her body draining away quickly. Moreover, there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect the Saintess of All Beginnings to block this shocking attack with her doppelganger. Bitch, no matter how powerful your saber technique is, my chaos secret recipe is beyond your imagination, the Saintess of All Beginnings sneered. She used her doppelganger to narrowly avoid the fatal attack. What made her even happier was that after she displayed the heaven-defying demonic saber, she suffered a backlash. Her strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, she decided to kill her at this time. The next moment, the Saintess of All Beginnings flashed and charged toward Lu Mingyue with the king's domain. Lu Mingyue's pupils shrank sharply. She had indeed suffered a backlash from the heaven-defying demonic saber, and her body was extremely weak. Her combat strength was not as good as before. However, looking at the Saintess of All Beginnings, a trace of determination appeared in her eyes. The next moment, she raised her jade-like arm again, and black runes flashed in her eyes again. Heaven-defying demonic saber. Facing the terrifying Saintess of All Beginnings, Lu Mingyue displayed the heaven-defying demonic saber again. Seeing the demonic saber appear again, the Saintess of All Beginnings screamed, and the complacency on her face disappeared. It was replaced by a touch of horror. She quickly retreated, not daring to approach Lu Mingyue at all. The saber slashed down, and the world collapsed. This time, the Saintess of All Beginnings had no choice but to use another doppelganger to block this shocking saber. Although her life was not in danger, her strength was much weaker than before. Because these doppelganger were killed, it also had a big impact on her. Damn bitch, you actually destroyed 2 of my doppelganger. Today, I must catch you and let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death. The Saintess of All Beginnings gnashed her teeth in anger, and she once again attacked Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's face became even paler. Using 2 consecutive heaven-defying demonic sabers consumed a lot of her strength. Moreover, more than half of her vitality had been lost. Now, she was no different from being seriously injured. However, A strange light flashed in her eyes. The next moment, Lu Mingyue raised her arm again without hesitation and displayed the heaven-defying demonic saber. It was not that she was not afraid of death, but she still had a trump card in her hand. Lin Xian had 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual liquid, which he had given to her, and the dark red dragon before the battle. In other words, each of them had a drop of 10,000 years spiritual liquid. This was a good thing. As long as one was not dead and still had a breath of life, one could immediately recover after taking it. This was also the reason why Lu Mingyue dared to use the heaven-defying demonic saber. The saintess of all beginnings did not know that when she saw Lu Mingyue use the heaven-defying demonic saber for the 3rd time, her whole face turned green. She really did not understand where Lu Mingyue got the courage to use this kind of thing. Chapter 1895. However, when she saw Lu Mingyue's condition, she still smiled. Lu Mingyue's condition was worse than hers. Her face was extremely pale, and her body was shaking as if she would fall down with a gust of wind. Ha ha ha! The saintess of all beginnings sneered. You bitch! You actually destroyed 3 of my doppelgangers. This time, I must teach you a lesson. The saintess of all beginnings was like a demon, stepping on lotuses and walking forward step by step. With every step, her murderous aura became stronger. She was not in a hurry to attack because she knew that Lu Mingyue could not escape. She was afraid that Lu Mingyue did not have much vitality left in her body. Aren't you very powerful? You're using the devil blade. Let's see if you can kill me. Or will you be swallowed by the blade first? The saintess of all beginnings was not worried at all because she knew that Lu Mingyue could not use the devil blade anymore. Bitch, you dare to destroy my divine sense. I will first create 1,800 knife marks on your face and turn you into an ugly monster. Then I will strip you naked and throw you into a group of monsters. I will let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. The others were relieved and even cheered. They knew that Lu Mingyue could not launch another attack in her current state. However, the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian were very calm. They went all out to deal with the powerful figure and were not distracted at all. They knew that Lu Mingyue would not be defeated like this. Sure enough, Lu Mingyue looked at the saintess of all beginnings in front of her and showed a sad but beautiful smile. Do you think you've won? What a joke! Of course I won. The saintess of all beginnings sneered. What, do you think you can turn the tables in your current state? I advise you to stop dreaming. Although you made me suffer some injuries, your injuries are more serious. Don't tell me you think you can still use the heaven-defying devil blade in your current state. I'm afraid that if you just use your chi, your vitality will be swallowed by the blade. Of course, this is a good way to commit suicide, but I won't let you do it. However, Lu Mingyue laughed. Zheng Xiu, you are very arrogant. This is your fatal flaw. So what? I'm the saintess of all beginnings. I can't be defeated, not to mention being killed. I'm destined to be the future master of the saintess of all beginnings. As for you, no one will remember you. Be asterisk TCH. It's all over now. The saintess of all beginnings raised her arm, and streaks of fierce, chaotic light appeared in her palm. You are indeed too arrogant. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a saintess, Lu Mingyue said coldly. In the next moment, she flipped her palm and took out a jade bottle. Then, she flicked out a drop of 10,000-year spirit liquid and quickly swallowed it. Wong! Her speed was very fast, so she didn't receive any obstructions. Moreover, the saintess of all beginnings didn't expect Lu Mingyue to have any chance to turn the tables. In the view of the saintess of all beginnings, it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time, since he had suffered such a serious injury and lost so much of his vitality. Therefore, she did not stop him. However, she soon regretted it. This was because the paleness on Lu Mingyue's face was gradually disappearing and was replaced by a normal flush. Not only that, but her vitality was also rapidly recovering, and the majestic energy in her body surged out once again. What? How is this possible? The saintess of all beginnings' pupils shrank in shock. She couldn't believe it. What kind of treasure did Lu Mingyue take to have such a heaven-defying effect? She was too shocked. As far as she knew, such a treasure did exist, but it was very difficult to get it. There weren't even any powerful figures, let alone Lu Mingyue in front of her. However, Lu Mingyue really had such a heaven-defying treasure in her hands that could instantly restore her vitality. Therefore, the saintess of all beginnings was stunned. In the next moment, she turned around, turned into a ray of light, and fled into the distance. Now, she didn't dare to fight with Lu Mingyue again, because she didn't have any magical power that could resist the Devil Blade. "Want to run?" Lu Mingyue sneered. She had now recovered her vitality and could fully display the Devil Blade again. Therefore, she had to kill Lu Mingyue. In a flash, Lu Mingyue quickly chased after Lu Mingyue. "What?" she replied. She actually replied. How could she recover? The surrounding disciples who were fighting against the true formation felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They didn't expect this. There was such a reversal in the situation. They were all top female cultivators, but they were being chased. The two powerful figures were also very surprised and even dumbfounded. Damn it! What on earth did that woman have in her hands? What on earth did she swallow? How could she recover completely in an instant? The two powerful figures' faces were also very gloomy. "Boy, you are indeed beyond my expectations, but do you think you can succeed like this? You are too naive. The saintess is not so easy to kill." The powerful figure in blue looked at Lin Xian and snorted coldly. He didn't save the saintess of all beginnings, but stared at Lin Xian. He was really angry. He must kill Lu Mingyue to relieve the hatred in his heart. Feeling the killing intent of the powerful figure, Lin Xian didn't care. He was now strong enough to compete with the powerful figure. At least the other party couldn't kill him. He sneered and said, "Isn't it just a protector? We also have a way to deal with it." What? This time, the powerful figure in blue was really stunned. The other party knew the existence of the protector and had such a calm expression. Could it be that the other party really had some tricks that he hadn't used yet? Thinking of this, the powerful figure in blue was not confident. He found that everything this time was beyond his expectations. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling of being out of control for hundreds of years. "No, I have to make a move." The powerful figure in blue was uneasy and decided to make a move. The next moment, his figure shook and he wanted to soar into the sky, but Lin Xian turned into a sword light and blocked his way. "I told you, your opponent is me. Moreover, let the women solve the problems between them." Lin Xian crossed the sky with his sword and blocked the way like a sword immortal. "You are courting death. Boy, get out of my way." The powerful figure in blue was angry and quickly blasted out his palms. Lin Xian slashed out sword chi and didn't resist at all. He was like a ghost, constantly dodging, but he always interfered with the powerful figure in blue so that he couldn't completely leave. On the other side, the powerful figure in red was also blocked by the great magic of the dark red divine dragon. For a while, the two powerful figures couldn't be separated at all. In the sky, the saintess of all beginnings was being chased to the point where she had nowhere to go. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked extremely flustered. She never thought that she would be hunted down one day. Chapter 1896. Damn bitch, just you wait. The next time I see you, I will kill you. Lu Mingyue snorted. Next time? You have no chance. This is your end. Finally, she seized an opportunity and slashed with the demonic saber again. The terrifying saber light flashed and completely enveloped the saintess of all beginnings. Feeling this terrifying aura, the saintess of all beginnings turned pale. She gritted her teeth and madly launched all her attacks, but under the heaven-defying demonic saber, nothing worked. At this moment, the saintess of all beginnings felt desperate. No, I'm the saintess. I won't be defeated. The saintess of all beginnings screamed and threw out another chaotic light ball, which suddenly exploded. The terrifying energy directly blew up a big black hole in the void, but it still couldn't affect the heaven-defying demonic saber. This heaven-defying demonic saber was created at the cost of one's life, which could be said to be extremely terrifying. Unless the saintess of all beginnings had such a powerful magic that burned her life, she could resist it. But unfortunately, she hadn't cultivated this magic. No, seeing that the saintess of all beginnings was about to be killed, everyone screamed. But the next moment, a vague figure appeared beside the saintess of all beginnings and then waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the terrifying heaven-defying demonic saber was shattered. The terrifying energy soared into the sky, and the whole sky was completely covered by a black demonic shadow, which turned into endless darkness and rolled away. But this saber was finally broken. The huge demonic shadow between heaven and earth was shattered, and the terrifying saber light tore in all directions, but a vacuum area was formed in front of the saintess of all beginnings. All the saber light bypassed there. At this moment, all the warriors inside and outside the city were stunned. They looked at the scene in the sky in shock. Lu Mingyue also stared at the figure in front of her and said coldly, "Protector? Yes, it's a protector." At the last moment of life and death, the protector of the saintess of all beginnings finally made a move. He shattered the demonic saber and saved the saintess of all beginnings. The saintess of all beginnings' face was extremely pale, and her expression was extremely ugly. Although her life wasn't in danger, the fact that the protector made a move undoubtedly proved that she had failed, because the protector would only make a move at the moment of life and death. In other words, she had lost this battle. Moreover, she had lost completely. If it weren't for her protector, she might have been killed. She couldn't believe it. After all, she was the saintess. Furthermore, his strength had increased tremendously, and he had many secret techniques at his disposal. But even so, he couldn't beat someone who had been abandoned by the Holy Land. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. Those martial artists all worshipped the saintess of 10,000 emergence as a god. But now, the faith in their hearts had been defeated. Furthermore, it had been defeated so thoroughly, they couldn't accept it at all. The blue-robed mighty figure battling Lin Xian and the red-robed mighty figure in the distance also had ugly expressions. Originally, they thought that this battle would be very easy and that they would be able to easily crush the other party. But he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Not only were the two of them restrained, but even the saintess of all beginnings was defeated. In the end, the protector was forced to intervene. To them, this was simply a humiliation. The saintess of all beginnings stared at Lu Mingyue coldly. "Damn bitch, just you wait. Next time, I'll kill you with my own hands. Next time, you won't have a chance. This time, I will definitely kill you." Lu Mingyue pointed her long saber forward. "You want to kill me? How ridiculous. I have a protector." "No, damn it. How could this be?" They teleported the mighty figures away. Those warriors were finally scared. Although there was a terrifying array around them before, they could barely hold on. And they had hope in their hearts because with the mighty figures, they could definitely live in peace. But now, they had no guarantee in their hearts, because the mighty figures had been teleported away, and they didn't know where they were teleported to, but they knew that they wouldn't be able to come back in a short time. They didn't expect that even the powerful Tao protector would be teleported away. The saintess of all beginnings' face turned pale, and her eyes lost their luster. The Tao protector was her last support, but now he was gone. With her strength, she couldn't compete with Lin Xian and the other two. In the sky, the Tao protector's body was shrouded in darkness. In the end, he let out an angry roar. "Damn it! How dare you hurt the people of the Holy Land of all beginnings? I will never let you go." In the end, the Tao protector completely disappeared in the sky. He was teleported away. The sky was dead silent. All the cultivators of the Holy Land were stunned. Without the Tao protector, they couldn't predict what would happen next. The saintess of all beginnings felt the gaze of Lin Xian and the other two and trembled. Her face was incomparably pale, but she still clenched her teeth and said, "You can't kill me. I am the saintess of all beginnings. If you kill me, the Holy Land of all beginnings will never let you go. How about this? Let's forget about today's matter. If you let me go, I will never find trouble with you in the future. How about we both take a step back?" "Take a step back?" Lin Xian sneered. "Why should we take a step back? This situation is very advantageous to us." Hearing this, the saintess of all beginnings' face darkened. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. However, she still clenched her teeth and said, "Do you really want to be hunted down by the Holy Land of all beginnings forever? Think about it carefully. Today's matter was only because you wanted to vent the resentment in your hearts. You've already seriously injured me, teleported away 3 Almighties, and killed many of my disciples. You can say that you've already vented your anger. Moreover, not only have you vented your anger, but you've also become famous in the Eastern Wasteland. This way you'll get what you want. Why not? Why infuriate the entire Holy Land of all beginnings just to kill me? Why suffer endless pursuit? You're all smart people. You should be able to think clearly about which is more worthwhile," said the saintess of all beginnings. "I didn't expect you to be so eloquent. Unfortunately, your words can't move me." Lin Xian sneered. "We don't want to oppose the Holy Land of all beginnings, nor do we want to kill the saintess of all beginnings. We want to kill you. Moreover, you're too naive. Even if you die, it doesn't mean that the saintess of all beginnings is no more. We're only helping the Holy Land of all beginnings choose the right saintess. I believe that not only will the Holy Land of all beginnings not kill me, but it will also be grateful to me." After saying this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with resplendent light. Lu Mingyue and the dark red dragon also emitted powerful auras. "No, you can't do this." The saintess of all beginnings was truly afraid. She now understood that these people wanted to help Lu Mingyue regain the position of saintess of all beginnings. "Guardian, you've returned. That's great." At this moment, the saintess of all beginnings looked behind Lin Xian with a joyful expression. Hearing this, the brows of Lin Xian and the others twitched. In the next moment, the 3 of them looked back. In the end, they discovered that there was no one behind them. The saintess of all beginnings took advantage of this opportunity to erupt with resplendent light. She turned into a shooting star and fled into the distance. What? How is this possible? The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were all killed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, because they discovered that the clothes of the corpses on the ground belonged to the All Beginnings Holy Land. This meant that these people were all warriors of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Apart from that, there were no other corpses. Who is it? How could their methods be so terrifying? They killed all the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Heavens, what is that? Suddenly, someone screamed, startling everyone in the surroundings. However, that person didn't seem to sense anything. Instead, he pointed forward, his voice trembling. The Saintess of All Beginnings was also killed. What? The Saintess of All Beginnings was also killed? That's impossible. The others were shocked and didn't dare to believe it. In the next moment, they turned their heads and looked forward. They discovered that the corpse belonged to the Saintess of All Beginnings. It's over. The entire eastern wasteland will probably undergo a great change. Everyone's hearts trembled. The Saintess of All Beginnings being killed was definitely a shocking event. The All Beginnings Holy Land would definitely go crazy. Who was it that had such heaven-defying methods? Even the Saintess of All Beginnings was killed. That's impossible. The Saintess of All Beginnings had two powerhouses by her side. How could she be killed? Someone asked. Immediately, everyone looked around, but they didn't find the two powerhouses' corpses. The two powerhouses didn't die. Perhaps they went to chase after the murderer. No, that shouldn't be the case. At this moment, a Gu family disciple said, "As far as I know, the Saintess of All Beginnings had two powerhouses by her side, as well as a guardian. That's still a powerhouse, and an extremely powerful one at that. With him, ordinary powerhouses wouldn't be able to kill the Saintess of All Beginnings. Who was it that could avoid the guardian and kill the Saintess of All Beginnings?" Shocked voices sounded. Clearly, the Saintess of All Beginnings' death had caused a great commotion. They knew that the entire eastern wilderness would probably go crazy. Sure enough, when the news of northern Liang City spread, the entire northern region was in an uproar. At this moment, whether it was the Gu family, the Four Symbols Holy Lands, the Liang family, or the other top forces, they were all shocked. The Saintess of All Beginnings was one of the top existences of the younger generation. Moreover, she had come with great momentum this time. She had brought 100 Holy Land experts, two powerhouses, and a guardian to secretly protect her. It could be said that she was extremely powerful. Even if the other party was the holy son of another holy land, he might not be able to kill the Saintess of All Beginnings. But now, the Saintess of All Beginnings had been killed. What was even stranger was that there were no other corpses at the scene besides the corpses of the All Beginnings Holy Lands martial artists. This was even more shocking. Chapter 1899. Their holy daughter had brought 100 experts, two Almighties, and a guardian with her, but in the end, she had still been killed. Apart from the three Almighties, the 100 experts of the Holy Land had all been killed. Not a single person had managed to escape. The All Beginnings Holy Land had truly lost face. The death of their holy daughter was definitely a major event today. Even the Holy Master of All Beginnings had come out of seclusion to oversee the All Beginnings Holy Land. Orders were issued one after another. The entire All Beginnings Holy Land was incomparably furious. They quickly moved and arrived in the northern region. They wanted to find the culprit. This time, the All Beginnings Holy Land had only dispatched their elites. Even the weakest among them was a 6-star king. Among them, there were quite a few Almighties and elders. They all moved out. For a time, the entire world was in an uproar. Everyone's attention was focused on the northern region. The entire northern region was in a state of turmoil. Everyone was in danger. For a time, everyone fell silent. Many cultivators returned to their respective factions, not daring to come out again. This was because the experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land were constantly patrolling the area. They would immediately arrest anyone they found suspicious. From the looks of it, these people would not be willing to let the matter rest unless the culprit was found. On the other side, Lin Xian, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon had arrived in the mountains. They found a safe place and entered seclusion to recover. This time, the three of them had all been injured. Lu Mingyue's injuries were the most serious. She had consumed more than half of her life force. Although she had the 10,000-year spiritual liquid, she still needed to fully recover. Otherwise, it would be terrible if there were any side effects. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had also been seriously injured in the battle against the Almighties. They had consumed the 10,000-year spiritual liquid once. Thus, after consuming the 10,000-year spiritual liquid, their injuries had more or less healed. But now, they had all entered seclusion to adjust their bodies to their peak condition. After all, there were still many things that they needed to do. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon opened their eyes. As for Lu Mingyue, she was still in seclusion. After all, the life force she had consumed was not something that could be recovered so easily. Moreover, the side effects of the heaven-defying demon blade were extremely frightening. Thus, Lin Xian had Lu Mingyue enter seclusion without disturbing her. He and the dark red divine dragon took out the storage rings on the ground. 2 of these storage rings belonged to the Saint of All Beginnings, and the others belonged to the martial artists from the Holy Land. At this moment, they probed it with their souls and found that there were many things inside. It was enough to make up for the materials they had used to inscribe the formation, especially the 2 storage rings of the Saintess of All Beginnings, which were full of treasures. There were even some places where Lin Xian felt extremely hot. It seemed that this was a really bountiful harvest. It was a sure win. It was indeed a great harvest. This time, they had only expended some energy and suffered some injuries. He consumed 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual liquid. However, the consequences of taking too much were indeed very shocking. In addition to these, the natural treasures they had consumed could almost be made up for. Moreover, when Lu Mingyue truly became the new saintess, they would obtain even more things. Huh? There's actually the all-beginning secret technique here. Lin Xian found some good things in the Saintess of All Beginnings storage ring. The All Beginnings Saintess had a very high status in the All Beginnings Holy Ground. She was equivalent to the future master of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. Thus, she had some of the All Beginnings Holy Land's secret techniques in her hands. One of them was the Primal Chaos Avatar. This Primal Chaos Avatar was incomparably terrifying. It was even more frightening than the 6 sword god avatars condensed from Lin Xian's 6 god sword art. Moreover, these avatars could pass off as real and had powerful combat strength. Thus, Lin Xian was very tempted by this cultivation technique. He didn't hesitate and entered a secret room inside the Black Earth, beginning to comprehend the Primal Chaos Avatar. It just so happened that it was dangerous outside. The experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land were everywhere, searching for him. Thus, Lin Xian simply stayed here and cultivated the Primal Chaos Avatar. This Primal Chaos Avatar was somewhat similar to his 6 god sword art. It could even be considered an advanced version of the 6 god sword art. Thus, Lin Xian was very good at cultivating it. Soon, he condensed a clone of himself. After testing it, he found that its power was actually at the level of a candidate saint. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The advantage of this avatar compared to the 6 god sword art was that it could leave Lin Xian's side for a long time until it was killed. After Lin Xian condensed the 2 avatars, he prepared to carry out the next step. The All Beginnings Holy Land was infuriated by the death of their saintess. But even though they were angry, they still had to promote a new saintess. Lu Mingyue had a chance, but the other geniuses of the All Beginnings Holy Land also had a chance. Moreover, Lu Mingyue was at a disadvantage. Her previous reputation was bad. This was also the reason why she had been replaced by Zheng Xiu. If this reputation wasn't removed, Lu Mingyue might not have a chance to become the new saintess. Thus, Lin Xian's second step was to clear Lu Mingyue's name. Of course, if he said it himself, no one would believe him. However, when he was in the oblique moon mystic world, the disciples of the various top powers of the Eastern Wasteland had gone there. If the disciples of those powers had issued a statement together, saying that Lu Mingyue had been captured and treated as a maid, it would have been purely a false accusation. This was something that had never happened before. This way, Lu Mingyue's bad reputation would have been removed. Of course, the disciples of those major powers wouldn't have issued such a statement obediently. Thus, Lin Xian planned to use force to resolve this. He would start with the northern region. The Four Symbols Holy Lands and the Gu family had both participated in the oblique moon mystic world. The Gu family was easy to deal with. Lin Xian had a very good relationship with Gu Santong, so it wouldn't be a problem for Gu Santong to issue a statement. As for the Four Symbols Holy Lands, they would have to be dealt with through force. Lin Xian didn't like trouble. His methods were simple and crude. He would directly attack and beat the other party until they admitted defeat. This time, he was going to deal with the Four Symbols Holy Lands. He didn't need to do it personally. Thus, he sent out a clone while his true body cultivated in the black earth, preparing to condense more clones. Whoosh! Lin Xian's clone got off the black earth and soared into the sky. He first inquired about the Four Symbols Holy Lands and asked who had gone to the oblique moon mystic world. Then he prepared to make his move. Withered City. There were a few young prodigies of the Four Symbols Holy Lands there. They had all participated in the oblique moon mystic world. Lin Xian's clone was very fast and arrived at Withered City in a short while. In the city, there was a palace that looked magnificent. This was the target of Lin Xian's clone. Thus, he rushed down like a shooting star. Whoosh! Like lightning, Lin Xian's clone streaked across the sky and arrived above the palace. In the palace below, in a large hall, a few young people were enjoying the song and dance while hugging beauties. Chapter 1900. Senior Brother Wan, let me give you a toast. I wish you a speedy exit from seclusion and a great increase in strength. A young disciple raised his wine cup. The red-haired youth with the surname Wan smiled. Well said, well said. I was really lucky this time to have a breakthrough. Senior Brother Wan, your current strength is already at the level of a successor candidate, right? Another youth asked with a smile. That's right. The breakthrough this time has indeed allowed me to reach the level of a successor candidate. Wan Lishan's lips curled into a smile. It was obvious that reaching the level of a successor candidate had made him very excited. He continued, this time, it's all thanks to the treasures from the oblique moon world. Without them, I probably wouldn't have been able to break through within 10 years. That's right. Although this oblique moon mysterious world is extremely dangerous, there are simply too many treasures inside. Any one of them is worth a few years or even a dozen years of hard work. That's natural. It's just that the oblique moon world won't open again for the next 100 years. It's a pity. Boom. At this moment, above the palace, Lin Xian's clone flicked his finger. A ray of sword chi flashed and flew into the palace below. Boom. Wan Lishan and the others were talking and even wanted to fight for the position of a successor candidate. However, at this moment, a ray of sword light broke through the top of the palace and pierced towards them. Boom. Wan Lishan's face darkened when he saw this. He raised his hand and released a terrifying energy that shattered the ray of sword light. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack us? Wan Lishan shouted coldly. Then his figure rose from the ground. Soon, the palace below flashed with light. Then, a figure rushed into the sky with a powerful aura. He was like a demon god rushing into the sky. In an instant, he was near Lin Xian's clone. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack us? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Four Symbols Sanctuary? Behind Wan Lishan, two more figures rushed into the sky. They were also martial artists from the Four Symbols Sanctuary. Kid, sneak attack us? You've got guts. Quickly cripple your arms and kneel down to beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Ooh, the few of them shouted coldly. In front of them, Lin Xian's clone narrowed his eyes. Soon, he fixed his eyes on Wan Lishan. This was because he could sense that the other party's strength was the strongest, reaching the level of a saint candidate. Only someone like that would believe the announcement made by someone like that. Therefore, at the next moment, he looked at Wan Lishan and sneered, "Come out and fight me if you have the guts." With that said, Lin Xian's clone flashed and flew off into the distance. "You're courting death." The Four Symbols Sacred Ground disciple was enraged when he saw this. The other party actually dared to provoke them. He was truly courting death. "Senior Brother Wan, let me go. I can definitely cripple him easily." However, Wan Lishan shook his head. "No need. You two can leave. I'll go take a look. It just so happens that I just came out of seclusion. Let me stretch my muscles a little." "All right. Then be careful, Senior Brother Wan," said the two disciples. To be honest, they were not worried. After all, Wan Lishan now had the combat strength of a Holy Sun candidate. He was definitely incomparably powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to do anything. Even if there was a trap, Senior Brother, one would still be able to escape easily. In the next moment, Wan Lishan sneered. Then his figure flashed, and he chased after them. After leaving the city, Lin Xian's clone found a deserted mountain range and stopped. He was like a sword immortal floating in the void. Behind him, Wan Lishan followed closely. He was extremely arrogant and was not afraid of any traps. When he saw the figure in front of him stop, he also stopped in his tracks. Then, he used his soul to check the surroundings but did not discover any danger. "Kid, ask your people to come out. I want to see who dares to harm me." Wan Lishan snorted coldly. However, Lin Xian's clone shook his head coldly. "There's no one else. It's just me." "Just you?" Wan Lishan was stunned. He originally thought that the other party would lure him out with a trap. However, he did not expect the other party to be alone. This was really beyond his expectations. "You want to fight me by yourself? You're really courting death. I'm enough." Lin Xian's voice was cold. He was Lin Xian's clone, and his strength had reached the level of a Holy Sun candidate. Moreover, his body contained a sharp sword qi, which made his combat strength even more terrifying. Therefore, the clone did not waste any time, and immediately attacked. Boom! With a wave of his arm, a terrifying sword qi that contained a sharp killing aura slashed forward. Although it was only a clone, the sword was extremely terrifying. An ordinary king would not dare to resist it. Wan Lishan was stunned when he saw that the other party was able to unleash such a powerful sword qi. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "No wonder you dare to fight me. You're indeed quite powerful. Unfortunately, I've just made a breakthrough recently, and my strength has increased greatly. It's not something you can imagine. Therefore, your attack is useless against me." Boom! With that, Wan Lishan threw out a punch. The terrifying fist whistled and formed an immemorial demonic elephant that was shining brightly. It tore through the void and charged forward. The force was extremely powerful. It was as though it could destroy everything in the world. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sword qi collided with the immemorial demonic elephant. Then, a large amount of energy exploded. The entire void rolled violently as if it was boiling. The surrounding mountains were instantly destroyed. Large patches of trees were swept up into the sky. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. In the sky, Lin Xian's clone and Wan Lishan were also flying backward. But soon, Lin Xian's clone stopped retreating. He waved his hand and took out a long sword that emitted a cold light. The long sword was not the 9-darkness demonic sword, but it was also an earth-grade treasure, now that it was held by Lin Xian's clone. Its power was even more terrifying. Buzz. With a swing of the sword Qi scattered across the void like the Milky Way and slashed forward. The bright light was like the waves of the sea, but also like the Milky Way. It was huge and resplendent, carrying a sharp aura. It was as if it wanted to cut the entire world in half. Wan Lishan's pupils shrank. The power of the other party's sword Qi had increased again. He could not believe it. However, he still gritted his teeth and roared. At the same time, 2 red gloves appeared on his fists. There were even red flames floating on them, carrying a terrifying and scorching aura. With a swing of the fist, terrifying flames spread out. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a world of fire. The terrifying heat caused the void to crack. There was even a flame demonic elephant that rose in the sky. Its huge body crushed the void. The red light on its body was like a divine flame. The flame demonic elephant rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's clone was still fearless. He held the long sword in his hand and swept in all directions. Sword Qi rushed out. The terrifying sword Qi tore through the sky and cut all the sea of fire apart. It even split the hell demonic elephant in half. At this moment, Lin Xian's clone was extremely powerful. The sword Qi on his body soared into the sky. He looked like a sword god. He looked at Wan Lishan opposite him and said coldly, "Your strength is not bad, but that's all." Chapter 1901. Lin Xian's doppelganger looked indifferent and emotionless. Wan Lishan, on the other hand, was infuriated. How dare his opponent look down on him? Unforgivable. He had just come out of seclusion, and his strength had increased tremendously. He had reached the level of a candidate holy son, and that had filled him with confidence. However, he did not expect to receive a challenge not long after he came out of seclusion. Moreover, his opponent looked down on him. "Brat, you have successfully angered me. I will let you know my true power." Wan Lishan's eyes were red, and there were even red flames dancing in his eyes. Whoosh! His eyes turned into a rainbow and pierced through the void. It was accompanied by countless flames and looked extremely terrifying. In the next moment, a red and black armor appeared on his body and wrapped around his burly body. Not only that, but flames were dancing on the armor as if it came from hell. It was cold and violent. His red hair fluttered in the air. At that moment, Wan Lishan was like a demon king, and he had a strong aura. "Kill!" Wan Lishan roared like a demon king from hell. Then he stomped his feet, and his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. Around him, endless red flames danced and formed the shadow of a hell demon elephant. That was his king's domain. Humph! Lin Xian's doppelganger snorted and remained unmoved. Facing Wan Lishan, the sword light on his body became sharper and sharper. Then a dragon's roar was heard from his body. A sword sealed the sky. Lin Xian's doppelganger held a long sword in his hand and slashed forward quickly. The sword Qi turned into 9 true dragons that circled around each other and formed a sword diagram that fell forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sword diagram flashed and fell from the sky. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Nothing could stop it. The red flames that filled the sky and the terrifying power were shattered in an instant. In the sky, the huge hell demon elephant domain was on the verge of collapse, and its light dimmed. Impossible! How could he have such powerful sword Qi? I don't believe it. Break! Wan Lishan felt the scene around him and the terrifying aura. He went crazy. He waved his fists and waves of earth-shattering power shot into the sky. However, the sword diagram was simply too terrifying. With his current strength, he was simply unable to shatter it. Not only that, but when the sword diagram fell, his whole body was in pain. Even the light on the armor dimmed. In an instant, he felt a suppression coming from his soul. Boom. In the next moment, the sword diagram completely pressed down. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Endless light, flames, and sword chi spread out in all directions. At this moment, the entire sky was illuminated, as if countless suns were blooming together. When all the light disappeared, the surrounding mountains had been flattened, and a deep crater had appeared on the ground. Wan Lishan was in an abnormally sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and the armor on his body was broken, dripping with blood. At this moment, 9 dragon-shaped sword chi spiraled above him, forming a sword diagram that completely suppressed him. 9 sword lights descended, aiming at Wan Lishan's vital points. As long as he used a little bit of strength, he would be able to kill him. Wan Lishan roared madly, full of unwillingness. However, his eyes were filled with boundless fear. Who exactly was the other party? How could he have such powerful strength? How could he suppress him so easily? One should know that he was now a candidate saint. Even a candidate saint of the same level as him would not be able to defeat him so easily, unless a saint descended. Could it be that the other party is a saint? At this thought, Wan Lishan trembled all over. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Wan Lishan gritted his teeth and asked. Who I am is not important, but I do have something for you to do with that. Lin Xian's clone told him about Lu Mingyue. You want me to commit perjuries? Wan Lishan immediately understood. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and he said coldly, Damn it, are you the one who kidnapped Lu Mingyue? Humph. Hearing Wan Lishan's words, Lin Xian's clone's eyes suddenly shone with a sharp light. In the sword diagram above, a true dragon sword chi turned into a sharp sword light and pierced Wan Lishan's body. Poof. Ah! Wan Lishan screamed as he was pierced by the sword. Although it did not pierce any vital parts, the pain was enough to make him want to die. After all, the sword chi was too sharp and it was destroying the energy in his body. You just need to agree. As for other things, I advise you not to ask about them. Lin Xian's cold voice drifted out. Yes, I understand. Wan Lishan broke out in cold sweat. He did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xian. After all, they were in the wilderness. If he was killed, he would have died in vain. Even the 4 symbols' sacred grounds would not be able to avenge him. At least you know what's good for you. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, took out a jade slip, and threw it in front of Wan Lishan. Use your soul imprint to make a statement, but I advise you not to play any tricks. Wan Lishan had no choice but to do as Lin Xian's clone said. After he was done, he returned the jade slip to Lin Xian and said, All right, you can let me go now. Of course. Lin Xian's clone nodded. Then he waved his sleeve, and the 9 dragon sword diagram above rapidly shrank. Soon after, it entered the 10,000 force mountain. What are you doing? Didn't you say you would let me go? Wan Lishan sensed the changes in the 9 dragon sword diagram, and his face turned green with fright. He was unable to resist such a terrifying thing, now that it had actually run into his body. If something were to happen, his little life would be over. Don't worry, this is just a method. As long as you are obedient during this period of time, I guarantee that there won't be any problems. Don't worry. In a few months, the energy of this 9 dragon sword diagram will disappear. At that time, you won't have any worries. If you don't want to, I can kill you right now. Humph. Wan Lishan gnashed his teeth, and his expression turned gloomy. However, he had already made up his mind. After returning to the sacred grounds, he would immediately seek the help of the elders to get rid of this 9 dragon sword diagram. Afterward, he would contact the All Beginnings sacred ground. If he passed this information to the All Beginnings sacred ground, The All Beginnings sacred ground would probably thank him, but right at this time, Lin Xian said, "Of course, this 9-dragon sword diagram is unique. Of course, my sword diagram is a little special. If someone tries to crack it, it will immediately explode." The energy released by that explosion is not inferior to the explosion of an Earth-tier treasure. At that time, I reckon that you won't be able to withstand it. Therefore, I advise you not to try to touch this 9-dragon sword diagram. After saying that, Lin Xian ignored Wan Lishan. His figure flickered and he left the place. Since the other party already knew about his plan, he would naturally think of a perfect method to control the other party. That 9-dragon sword diagram was indeed very dangerous. As long as someone touched it, it would definitely explode. Lin Xian wasn't joking about this. However, this 9-dragon sword diagram could only exist for a few months. But in a few months, Lu Mingyue would probably become the saintess of all beginnings. Chapter 1902. This doppelganger did not return, but continued to roam the North region. He would visit all those who had participated in the Tilted Moon mystic world. Of course, he would not battle every king. He only needed to defeat the top prodigies. He just needed to obtain their announcements. Not just the North region, but the entire Eastern wilderness, the Great Sage Lands, the Great Sects, and Lin Xian would visit them. These people were not related to the saints. At most, they would break through and reach the level of a candidate. Therefore, Lin Xian was able to do it with ease. Soon, his second doppelganger and third doppelganger left. Even his real body was preparing to go to the Gu clan. The Gu clan was a clan of the ancients. It was very large. However, Gu Santong was one of the top prodigies of the Gu clan's younger generation. Therefore, it was very convenient to find him. At least Lin Xian would know where Gu Santong had appeared recently. This time, Lin Xian did not send his doppelganger. He went himself. The North region, the North Pole. It was close to the northern plains. It was a world of ice and snow. Cold winds blew. Lin Xian had flown for several days. He used his maximum speed to gradually reach this place. He received news that Gu Santong had come to this land of ice to kill a demon king. Recently, there was a rumor that there was a very powerful ice demon wolf in this land of ice and snow. Moreover, it was an ice-type demon king. Its core happened to be the material that Gu Santong needed. Gu Santong had come after receiving the news. Therefore, Lin Xian also came here to search. In front of him was a world of ice and snow. Thousands of miles were covered in ice and snow. It was covered in silver. Other than ice, there was no other color. Therefore, the presence of martial artists here was very conspicuous. Lin Xian did not use any armor, nor did he put up a defensive barrier. Instead, he walked directly into the icy wind. Although it was a bit bone-piercing, it was a good way to cultivate the body. He would not let go of any opportunity to cultivate. Roar. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. This was the roar of a fiend king. It was extremely terrifying, and it produced an extremely terrifying scene. Amidst the roar, an avalanche occurred on the great snow mountain ahead. This was no ordinary ice. Instead, it contained boundless ice energy. Even if a king realm cultivator was suppressed beneath it, just the coldness alone would be able to freeze him into an ice cube. That was why it was said to be incomparably terrifying. When ordinary kings encountered such a situation, they would turn around and run. Pung! Someone is fighting. Lin Xian was a little excited. He wanted to find someone right now. If there were people, then Gu Santong could be there. Therefore, Lin Xian did not run away. Instead, he quickly flew towards the direction of the roar of the demonic beast. In front of him was a frigid snow lion. It was extremely tall, and its fur was as white as snow. It was pure and flawless. However, it wasn't cute at all. Instead, It was extremely ferocious. His entire body carried a monstrous, murderous aura and emitted a terrifying cold aura. In this world of ice and snow, there were only ice-type demonic beasts, and the frigid snow lion was no exception. It waved its claws. An endless cold wind blew, forming an ice storm. Opposite it were a few martial artists. They were all young men and women and were very powerful. One look, and one could tell that they weren't ordinary kings. However, they were in trouble at this moment. The frigid snow lion waved its claws, and 3 huge ice tornadoes swept towards them. Around them and above them, snow collapsed. Even if they weren't ordinary kings, they didn't dare to get buried under the ice. Otherwise, they would never be able to get out. Fire, Phoenix Godly Fist, one of them shouted angrily. Then a youth waved his fists, and a red light filled the sky. A fiery phoenix, carrying a vast amount of heat, rushed into the sky. It spread its wings, and a sea of fire spread, blocking the ice storm and the avalanche. Boom, boom, boom. However, these 10,000-year avalanches were extremely terrifying. Moreover, the King Realm Cultivator was also very powerful. Therefore, the Fire Phoenix only lasted for a short while before being frozen. Then, it was slapped into ice by the frigid snow lion. Run! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the young kings quickly fled in all directions. 3 of the youths escaped, but one of the girls was blocked by the wind. Even her body was covered in frost. Oh no! Sister, be careful. Get out of the way. Cries of alarm could be heard. Obviously, the youths were all worried about the girl. However, when the frigid snow lion saw this scene, it revealed a sinister expression. Then it opened its bloody mouth and spat out an icy ball of light. It swept towards the young girl. No. Seeing this scene, the youths roared crazily. Damn beast, how dare you hurt my sister? They were really crazy. The girl's situation was already very dangerous. Now, with the King Realm Cultivator's terrifying attack, she probably wouldn't be able to get out. If she was suppressed by the 10,000-year snow, she would probably be frozen into ice immediately. The young girl's face was also filled with despair. She didn't expect to be attacked like this. A look of misery appeared on her delicate face. Was she going to die here? She had never thought that she was a genius of the family who had reached such a high level at such a young age. It could be said that her future was limitless. During this period, many young masters from large families had even come to propose marriage. However, she had rejected all of them because she wanted to reach the peak of martial arts. But now, facing the frigid snow lion, she couldn't fight back at all. This made her feel a sense of despair and indignation. However, she had no other choice. In the next moment, she closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears appeared on her delicate face. There was no way to fight back. She might as well die gracefully. Whoosh. However, at this moment, a ray of light streaked across the void. It passed through the storm and snow and came to the young girl's side. Then a strong arm pulled her and took her away from the place. Boom, boom, boom. The icy ball of light exploded at the original place, forming a terrifying energy. The wind whistled, and the 10,000-year snow suppressed the entire sky. The entire space was directly shattered. Sister, the youths roared crazily. Because the ray of light was too fast, they didn't realize that someone had already rescued their sister. They now thought that the young girl was still buried in the snowstorm ahead. Ah, damned beast! How dare you kill my sister? I'll fight it out with you. Angry roars came one after another. The youths were about to fight with their lives. At this moment, a voice came from behind them. Brother, I'm fine. Hearing this, the youths suddenly turned around. When they saw the young girl, they were extremely excited, but soon they were stunned. On the other hand, Lin Xian didn't know about this. He once again used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and flew at full speed. More than one person had mentioned the Ice Demon Wolf to him. It seemed that Goose Santong was aiming for this Ice Demon Wolf. After flying for another 3 days, the surrounding ice became even thicker, turning into blue gales. Even Lin Xian had to put up a defense. Obviously, this place was extremely unusual. There might even be an ice-type spirit vein under the ground. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so cold. Moreover, there weren't many people who dared to come here. Those who could come here were definitely not weak. They were at least 6-star kings. However, 6-star kings only dared to come here. If they wanted to gain something here, ordinary 6-star kings wouldn't have any chance at all. Boom. At this moment, a low tremor suddenly came from the front. The ice under his feet also trembled slightly. There were even some small cracks on it. Someone's fighting. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This energy fluctuation was extremely terrifying. It seemed that it was definitely a battle between experts. Whoosh. His figure flashed again, and he flew forward. The battle ahead was extremely intense. The sky was falling, and the earth was cracking. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, causing the entire space to fall into an extremely dangerous state. If ordinary 6-star kings entered, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the aftershocks. Over there, Lin Xian saw an Ice Demon Wolf. It had blue wings on its back and was extremely huge. That Ice Demon Wolf was like an ancient demonic beast. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out balls of wind. Every attack easily tore through the void. As for his opponent, it was even stranger. He could only see a blurry figure appearing in all directions in the sky like a ghost. Every time he appeared, he would attack the Ice Demon Wolf from an extremely strange angle. However, the Ice Demon Wolf was too terrifying. A thick layer of ice blocked the attacks in the sky. Even if it was forced back, it wasn't fatal. Great Void Technique. It's someone from the Gu family. Lin Xian looked at the ghostly figure in front of him and was instantly overjoyed. Only the Gu family's Great Void Technique could have such a movement technique. Other than that, he had never seen anyone with such a ghostly figure. Roar. However, at this moment, the Ice Demon Wolf in front of him suddenly let out an angry roar. Then, an extremely powerful aura spread out from the Ice Demon Wolf's body and swept in all directions. Accompanying it was a huge ball of energy. With him as the center, it swept across the entire space. In an instant, the void shattered. The ghostly figure couldn't dodge and quickly retreated. This was because the entire space had been completely destroyed. After forcing the ghostly figure out, the Ice Demon Wolf's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Then he raised his beast claws and clawed at that person. Boom! The terrifying beast claws covered the sky and covered the sun. It wanted to refine that ghostly figure. Whoosh! Chapter 1904. When he reappeared, he was already in a safe place. Brother Gu, Lin Xian let out a long howl and flew forward in a flash. The ghostly figure at the front wanted to attack again, but it stopped when it heard Lin Xian's voice. He looked behind him with a hint of surprise. Brother Lin, why are you here? Why are you here? The ghostly figure was Gu Santong. He was surprised to see Lin Xian. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. What could you possibly want from me? That's strange. Gu Santong was confused, but then he said, Brother Lin, let's get rid of this beast first, then we can talk. All right. Lin Xian nodded, then looked forward and frowned. This Ice Demon Wolf is not ordinary. Its strength is close to that of an almighty. Yeah, that's what gives me a headache. If it was a 6-star Demon King, it would be easy. But now, it's close to that of a 7-star Demon King. Although I can use the void technique to dodge and fight with it, it's too difficult. However, it's too difficult to truly kill it. Why don't the two of us work together? Lin Xian looked forward and his eyes lit up. Let's work together and kill this beast. Great. Goose Santong smiled as well. He knew what Lin Xian was capable of. Lin Xian was definitely not weaker than him. He might even be stronger. With the two of them working together, they could definitely kill this ice demon wolf. Roar. Seeing that the two of them were about to attack, the ice demon wolf roared, and its eyes were filled with ferocity. It was a terrifying existence that was close to becoming a 7-star demon king. A 7-star demon king was equivalent to an almighty human. In other words, its strength was close to that of an almighty. Two little kings dared to be so presumptuous in front of it, they were really courting death. In the next moment, the ice demon wolf roared and attacked. It wanted to smash the two humans who dared to disturb its rest into pieces. The terrifying blue wolf claw slapped forward. It was indestructible. It was like a blue iceberg, falling rapidly in the air. Boom, boom. Not only that, but the blue wolf claw also released a frosty aura that froze the void. Even from afar, Lin Xian and Goose Santong felt a chill. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Among them, Goose Santong's body flashed as he used the art of the void and disappeared into thin air. On the other hand, Lin Xian punched out. The terrifying black dragon fist of destruction violently surged forward. The huge black fist flew toward the sky with a vast power that could tear the world apart. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the black fist collided with the blue wolf claw, causing a shocking explosion of light. At the same time, Goose Santong appeared behind the ice demon wolf. The long saber in his hand quickly slashed down. Pung! The saber light flashed, splitting the violent wind in the sky. The terrifying saber chi directly landed on the ice demon wolf. Boom! The ice demon wolf was sent flying, and a huge crack appeared on the thick layer of ice on its body. Roar, roar, roar! This time, the ice demon wolf was truly enraged. It spoke in human language, and its cold voice echoed in the air. Damned ant-like humans, how dare you hurt me? This time, I will tear you to pieces. It was extremely furious. As the demon king of this world, it was a force to be reckoned with. No one had ever dared to provoke it, not to mention humans. But now, two human brats dared to attack it. This made it extremely angry. In the next moment, a terrifying aura came from its huge body. At the same time, the wind and snow in the sky started to blow, freezing the entire world. Around them, blue frost began to form, forming a terrifying demon king's domain. The aura was extremely powerful, as if it wanted to suppress the entire space. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You haven't become a 7-star demon king yet, and you want to be so arrogant in front of us. Today we will finish you off first. Goose Santong also snorted coldly. Both of them were the top prodigies of the younger generation. Even if the ice demon wolf was terrifying, they would not be afraid. Kill. In the next moment, Lin Xian and Goose Santong roared angrily and quickly attacked. Lin Xian pulled out the 9-swimming demonic sword and waved it. It turned into tens of thousands of dazzling sword rays. They formed a sword diagram in the air and shrouded the area in front of them. The void was torn apart in an instant. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another. The entire world was about to explode from the impact. On the other side, Goose Santong reached out his palm. On that pale palm, there was a mysterious power that spun rapidly. It was like a galaxy shining brightly. There was even a star-like existence in it. As it floated, it emitted the power of the stars. In the next moment, he slapped the stars in his palm forward. Terrifying energy whizzed, and rushed towards the ice demon wolf. When the two of them worked together, their attack was extremely terrifying. It caused the entire world to change color. Their power turned into waves that swept in all directions. The entire world of ice and snow shook rapidly. Roar! On the other hand, the ice demon wolf roared angrily. Its iceberg-like body exploded with a powerful demon chi. The blue domain around it flashed and suddenly expanded in all directions, blocking all the attacks. Lowly humans, you are nothing in front of me, the ice demon wolf roared. On the other side, Lin Xian and Gu Santong frowned. They had to admit that this ice demon wolf was extremely powerful. Furthermore, as a demon king, his defensive power and violent strength were even more astonishing. It was definitely a terrifying demon beast. However, Lin Xian and Gu Santong's expressions were serious. They decided that they had to get rid of this demon king. Boom! Lin Xian took a step forward. Sword chi exploded from his body, forming a huge sword light that circled around him. Behind Gu Santong, the Milky Way of the 9 heavens hung down. Within it, countless stars floated. The two of them used their king domains and instantly exploded. Boom! The demonic sword in Lin Xian's hand turned into a black dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It was as heavy as a mountain as it slashed forward. Shocking sword chi shot into the sky. Nothing could stop this sword. Boom! The ice demon wolf's pupils shrank. It could naturally feel the terrifying power of this sword. In the next moment, it opened its bloody mouth and endless wind and snow gathered in front of it. It then formed a ball of ice and snow and spat it out quickly. Boom, boom, boom. This ball of ice and snow contained an unparalleled power that could kill any king below the almighty level. In the next moment, the ball of ice and snow and the black demonic sword collided. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Large patches of ice and snow cracked, forming black cracks. However, the ice demon wolf had underestimated this sword. Chapter 1905. However, the ice demon wolf had underestimated the sword. The terrifying demon sword, coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, seemed to have turned into a black dragon, entrenched in the void. The sword slashed down and quickly cut open the ice ball. Then, the sword chi was like a giant dragon, enveloping the ice demon wolf. Boom! The ice demon wolf was sent flying, and half of the ice in front of him shattered. This time, a sword mark appeared on his body. Fresh blood flowed out, but it instantly turned into ice. Roar! Damned human! How dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you! The ice demon wolf was furious. He did not expect a puny human to be able to injure him. It was unbelievable. However, at this moment, he felt a sharp pain on his back. It turned out that Gu Santong had taken advantage of this opportunity to use the void technique and silently appeared behind the ice demon wolf. The 9 heavens galaxy behind him carried the stars in the sky and turned into a silver waterfall, violently slashing forward. It directly hit the ice demon wolf's back. Immediately, a huge crack was torn open. Roar! The ice demon wolf roared crazily and attacked behind him. Wherever it passed, the void was quickly shattered. However, Gu Santong had already used the void technique and quickly dodged. He did not go far. Instead, he came to the other side of the ice demon wolf and directly used the great void technique, forming a spatial crack that quickly spread forward. Ka ka ka! Poof! The ice demon wolf was greatly threatened. Its body was torn apart by a strange force of space, and a terrifying wound appeared on its body. In an instant, many wounds appeared on its body. If it was not for the fact that the ice demon beast used the power of ice to seal its wounds, its injuries would have been even more serious. Damned humans, you've angered me. This time, I'll definitely kill you." The ice demon wolf roared angrily. He was really angry. He did not expect these two humans to have such strength and be able to beat him to this extent. However, they were still far from being able to kill him. In the next moment, the ice demon wolf roared, and a strong demon chi spread out from its body. This time, the demon chi was so terrifying that it could almost tear the sky apart. The terrifying demon chi spread out, causing the entire world of ice and snow to go into a frenzy. Lin Xian waved his demonic sword and collided with the demonic aura. A huge explosion occurred in the sky, and a sonorous sound rang out. The demonic chi was too terrifying. It was actually able to resist the 9 Serenity's demonic sword. One had to admit that this ice demonic wolf was definitely a formidable opponent. However, Lin Xian and Gu Santong were not to be trifled with. Both of them were top-tier geniuses, and their strength was even stronger. Thus, when the battle broke out, the ice demon wolf was gradually unable to hold on any longer. The ice demon wolf howled madly, but its heart was filled with shock, because the combat strength of the two humans in front of him was too strong. It was terrified. One had to know that he was about to become a 7-star demon king. Among humans, he was comparable to an almighty. Its strength was incomparably powerful, but when faced with 2 human youths, it was actually suppressed. This was absolutely unimaginable. However, it would not sit still and wait for its death. A hint of madness appeared in its blue demonic eyes. With a roar, a terrifying blue demonic chi gushed out like a tidal wave, sweeping out in all directions. Under this powerful aura, Lin Xian and Gu Santong had no choice but to retreat. As for the ice demon wolf, it howled into the sky. Above its huge mouth, countless demonic chi condensed into a blue ball of light. Unlike the previous attacks, the blue ball of light contained mysterious demonic runes, like the meridians of a human, exuding a terrifying aura. Not only that, but around the blue ball of ice, a gust of wind blew, forming a huge frost vortex. The terrifying power caused the entire void to tremble, as if it would split open at any time. Other than this terrifying demonic chi, there was also an extremely strong smell of blood. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Gu Santong's expressions turned serious. They realized that this beast was about to go all out. The two of them snorted coldly, and their combat strength increased again. Gu Santong's entire body floated, constantly shuttling between space and reality. As for Lin Xian, a battle armor appeared on his body, enveloping him. The terrifying blue ball of ice in front of them grew bigger and bigger, like a blue sun. Boundless power fell, piercing through the void. At this moment, the blue ball of ice was like a ruler, suppressing the entire world of ice and snow. A terrifying aura filled the air. In the next moment, the blue ball of ice was shot out by the ice demon wolf, flying towards Lin Xian and Gu Santong. Boom, boom, boom. A huge crack appeared in the void, as terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. Not only that, but those cracks were quickly covered by blue frost, freezing into ice cubes. Nothing could be avoided. The terrifying murderous intent and the powerful power of ice and snow spread towards Lin Xian and Gu Santong. This power was too terrifying. Even a true powerhouse would have to be careful. Lin Xian and Gu Santong did not dare to be careless. Gu Santong's body disappeared in an instant, completely blending into the void. On the other side, Lin Xian could use the dragon sword's spiritual realm, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura. At this moment, he was like a god of war, not retreating at all, but charging forward instead. On the demon sword in his hand, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, and the terrifying power caused the entire world to tremble. With a slash of the sword, all the windstorms were completely destroyed. The terrifying murderous intent in front of them was also blown away in an instant. The sky, full of ice and snow, quickly disappeared in this sword light. There was nothing that could block this sword. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the demon sword and the blue ball of ice collided. The entire void was completely covered in energy, and there were crazy explosions. The terrifying, murderous intent shot up to the sky. The entire space was annihilated, and at this moment, a huge earthquake occurred in the world of ice and snow. Countless cracks spread into the distance. Even the martial artists hunting in the distance felt this change and raised their heads to look into the distance. This collision was too terrifying and could definitely destroy everything. On Lin Xian's body, the black battle armor shone, brightly blocking most of the attacks. Not only that, but countless strands of sword chi also formed a divine shield in front of him, allowing him to safely retreat. But this energy was too violent, and Lin Xian was still affected. Ha! With a low roar, thousands of sword chi rushed out of his body, shattering all the energy. His body was surrounded by fine sword chi, forming the strongest defense, blocking all the energy attacks. On the other side, the ice demon wolf was also constantly retreating. This energy attack was a fatal threat to him. He was not as calm as Lin Xian, and the previous battle had injured him quite a bit. At this moment, coupled with the energy attack, the defense on his body was torn apart again. So, you want to support Lu Mingyue and make her the new saint of all beginnings? After the shock, Gu Santong began to digest the news. Yes, but it is still very troublesome. We need to clear Lu Mingyue's name first. Of course, Brother Gu, you have to announce it. Chapter 1907. He had a good relationship with Lin Xian to begin with. Moreover, this matter was as easy as lifting a finger for him, so it didn't affect him much. What he was truly shocked about was that he couldn't see through Lin Xian at all. What kind of background did he have? He actually had such a terrifying idea and heaven-defying methods. Of course, everyone had their own secrets, so Gu Santong wouldn't casually ask. He only needed to maintain a good relationship with Lin Xian. With Gu Santong's help, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Gu Santong was one of the top prodigies of the northern region. With his words, many people would definitely believe him. Lin Xian then left. However, Gu Santong didn't leave. He still needed to stay in this world of ice and snow for a while. After bidding farewell to Gu Santong, Lin Xian hurried back. At the same time, he received news that his 3 doppelgangers had also achieved good results. The disciples who had participated in the Oblique Moon mystic world were all forced to issue such a notice. Very good. Lin Xian smiled. This plan seemed to be going smoothly. Next, they would leave the northern region and head towards the All Beginnings Holy Land. Of course, he still had to warn those from the Holy Land on the way. After returning to the northern region, Lin Xian entered the Black Earth and discovered that Lu Mingyue's injuries had mostly healed. At this moment, there was still some color on her face. The life force she had lost had also been replenished. However, she hadn't fully recovered. It seemed that she still needed some time. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried, because he could do the rest himself. Lu Mingyue only needed to recuperate before reaching the All Beginnings Holy Land. In the next few days, Lin Xian prepared to release the news. Sure enough, when Lin Xian released the news, the crowd was in an uproar when they learned that the geniuses of the top forces of the northern region had made a statement together, stating that Lu Mingyue had been framed. Lu Mingyue said she was framed? She was never captured by anyone, let alone become a maid. All of this was the scheme of the former saintess Zheng Xiu. No way. There's actually such a thing? Why didn't I know about this before? Are you stupid? Zheng Xiu used to be the saintess of all beginnings. Who dared to mess with her? But now, Zheng Xiu was still killed. The things she did were naturally exposed. Why do I feel that the water here is too deep? Since the saintess of all beginnings was killed, a new saintess must be chosen. But at this time, Lu Mingyue's news was released again. Could it be that she is going to become the new saintess? It's very possible. So let's not talk about her being a maid anymore. Otherwise, it won't end well in the future. Exclamations rang out one after another. The entire northern region was discussing this matter at this moment because he was too surprised. However, some of the people from the major powers were frowning because they realized that this was absolutely not a groundless rumor. It was very likely that Lu Mingyue would return to the All Beginnings Holy Land and become the saintess. Could it be that Zheng Xiu's murder has something to do with Lu Mingyue? All kinds of guesses and rumors quickly spread. And in the northern region, the experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land went crazy after hearing this news. The cause of Zheng Xiu's death was still unknown, but now Lu Mingyue was implicated. This caused them to have a headache. Moreover, the All Beginnings Holy Land was divided into several factions. One of them was Zheng Xiu's faction. They firmly believed that Zheng Xiu's murder was definitely related to Lu Mingyue. Therefore, they were frantically searching for Lu Mingyue, preparing to kill her. As for the other faction, they supported Lu Mingyue's theory. This was because Lu Mingyue had been captured and turned into a maid. Later on, she was kicked out of the Holy Land. Everything had happened too quickly and too suddenly. Their faction had yet to react. In fact, they hadn't even seen Lu Mingyue's figure from beginning to end. This caused them to feel incomparably sullen and angry. After all, Lu Mingyue was a genius that they had wholeheartedly nurtured. If Lu Mingyue could become the saintess, their faction status in the Holy Land would definitely rise greatly. But they never imagined that Lu Mingyue would be defeated and Zheng Xiu would become the saintess of the Holy Land. Because of this, their faction received a serious blow. But they never imagined that Zheng Xiu would be killed and news of Lu Mingyue would spread once again. Moreover, the news was extremely favorable. Because of this, hope rose in their hearts. Regardless of whether this matter is related to Mingyue or not, we must find her, protect her, and safely escort her back to the Holy Land. An old man from this faction said, in a deep voice. Light blossomed from his eyes, and his aura was incomparably powerful. This was an almighty expert. He had decided that he must support Lu Mingyue and make her the new saintess. The situation in the entire northern region changed. Moreover, this news rapidly spread to the eastern wasteland. Finally, the All Beginnings Holy Land also received this news. Then, the entire Holy Land went into an uproar. Lu Mingyue's faction was naturally overjoyed. As for Zheng Xiu and the other geniuses, they remained silent. They even concealed their killing intent. After all, this was related to the competition for the new saintess. Every faction wanted their own genius to become the saintess. Therefore, the relationship between them had become extremely tense. The All Beginnings Holy Land was divided into 7 factions. They competed with each other. Previously, Zheng Xiu belonged to the 5th faction. As for Lu Mingyue, she belonged to the 7th faction. Now, news of Lu Mingyue's death had spread. Apart from the 7th faction, who was wild with joy, the other 6 factions all had gloomy and cold expressions. Humph, that slut is actually still alive. Someone from the 3rd faction coldly snorted. An almighty expert from the 2nd faction issued an order to secretly search for Lu Mingyue and kill her. They absolutely could not allow her to return to participate in the Saintess selection. The people from the fifth faction gnashed their teeth in anger. Damn it! Zheng Xiu's death is definitely related to that slut. I must find her and bring her back. The other six factions all had murderous intentions toward Lu Mingyue. As for the people from the seventh faction, they naturally knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. They also dispatched a large number of experts in preparation to bring Lu Mingyue back. For a time, the All Beginnings Holy Land could be said to be locked in a fierce struggle. The first faction to arrive in the northern region was naturally the fifth faction, Zheng Xiu's faction. Their hatred for Lu Mingyue was even stronger. Moreover, they suspected that Zheng Xiu's death was definitely related to Lu Mingyue. They dispatched experts to the northern region to search for Lu Mingyue. Soon, they arrived in the northern region and met up with the cultivators from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Elder, we've already scouted the area. However, there's no news of that slut in the entire northern region. She either left or went into hiding. In short, we can't find her at all. An earth-shattering battle unfolded, and the sound spread in all directions. All the mountains in the surrounding 1,000 miles were completely shattered. In the end, Lin Xian killed all the demonic beasts. The ground cracked, and blood flowed like a river. However, Lin Xian's body was very clean, without a trace of blood. However, there were 4 powerful people 1,000 miles away from here. They were originally patrolling the surroundings to capture Lu Mingyue and her accomplices. However, suddenly, they felt a violent vibration 1,000 miles away. Immediately, they frowned. In the next moment, the 4 of them rose into the air and flew forward. In front, Lin Xian killed all the demonic beasts and took out all their cores. Just as he was about to leave, he frowned and looked into the distance. He felt that there were 4 powerful forces rushing over here at high speed. They were very fast. At first, they were still far away, but in an instant, they were nearby. Buzz. The 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women, were wearing chaos armor. Their auras were monstrous, and they were like gods of war. Their gazes were like lightning as they instantly locked onto Lin Xian. Speaking of which, when they first arrived here, they were also extremely shocked. The destruction in the surroundings was too terrifying. It was beyond their expectations. However, they soon discovered the figure below. When they saw the figure below, they were stunned. Then, as if they had recalled something, a sinister expression appeared on their faces. "You're Lin Xian?" They took out a picture scroll and compared it. Then they sneered. "Brat, I didn't expect it to really be you. The heavens are helping me. Humph, you are quite cunning. My holy land sent a large number of experts to the northern region. I didn't expect you to run over to the southern region. But so what? The southern region is the territory of my All Beginnings Holy Land. There is an inescapable net here, waiting for you to arrive. Now, it is time for you to die." The 4 of them sneered, their bodies emitting terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He asked in a deep voice, "People from the All Beginnings Holy Land." To be honest, he didn't expect the All Beginnings Holy Land to set up so many defenses. There were even people patrolling this uninhabited mountain. He sent out his soul and discovered that there were only these 4 people within a radius of several thousand miles, or even 10,000 miles. The corners of his mouth rose into a sneer. "Just the 4 of you, yet you dare to boast in front of me?" Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile, the 4 people's faces turned gloomy. "Brat, what do you have to be so arrogant about? That's right. Don't think that you are invincible just because you caught that slut Lu Mingyue. Let me tell you, The four of us joining hands is beyond your imagination. Hurry up and kneel down. Tell us about that slut Lu Mingyue. Perhaps if we are in a good mood, we can leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, if you offend us, you will definitely die without a burial ground. The four people were incomparably arrogant. They stood in four different directions, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. Brat, are you going to obediently surrender, or are you going to wait for us to attack? I advise you to see the situation clearly. There are some people you cannot provoke. How ignorant! Lin Xian sneered in disdain. It seems that the four of you are just holed up in the southern region. You don't know anything about the northern region. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant in front of me right now. Northern region? What happened in the northern region? The four people frowned. Seeing Lin Xian's fearless expression, the four of them became vigilant. They spread out their soul power and probed their surroundings, preventing anyone from secretly attacking them. After surveying their surroundings, they discovered that besides Lin Xian, there were no other experts around. Chapter 1909. Then they sneered. No matter what happens in the North region, you can't scare us. Besides, there are so many big things happening in the North region. Could it be that you did it? Don't be ridiculous. With your strength, can you do something so earth-shattering? The four of them sneered and shook their heads. They were not moved at all. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's face also darkened and a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Since he had encountered them, he would not be soft-hearted. Humph! Seeing that the other party dared to attack the four of them, the four sacred land martial artists in the chaotic armor immediately snorted. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in their eyes, and it turned into a solid saber light that swept forward. Kid, kneel down. At the same time, a blue-haired youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A terrifying palm of light appeared in the sky and slammed forward. This palm covered the sky and was like a mountain that wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved his fist, and a terrifying black aura of destruction pierced through heaven and earth. His fists turned into a pair of true dragons that charged forward. Boom! The huge light shield was shattered by the black dragon. Then the blue-haired youth screamed and held his arm as he frantically retreated. Want to leave? It's too late. Lin Xian took a step forward and reached the side of the blue-haired young man in an instant. Then he raised his leg and kicked the blue-haired young man in half like a heavenly blade. Explode. Blood splattered, and a corpse flew. A powerful sacred land martial artist was killed in an instant. What? This is impossible. The remaining three sacred land martial artists were all dumbfounded. They looked at this scene in disbelief. One had to know that the blue-haired youth was a 6-star king. He was definitely a powerful existence, but now he could not even block one move in the hands of the other party. He was killed as if he was cutting grass. This huge contrast was simply unacceptable to them. This was impossible. This was not real. How could this kid have such powerful strength? They were really crazy. This time, they received the order of the Sacred Land's 5th bloodline to look for Lu Mingyue. Because it was rumored that Lin Xian had captured Lu Mingyue, this time, Lin Xian naturally became their target. They were not familiar with Lin Xian, nor did they know that Lin Xian was the real master who killed the Saint of All Beginnings. Therefore, their impression of him was still in the crescent mystic world. They thought that the other party was just a small 4-star king, but now it seemed that they were very wrong. The other party's strength was really too terrifying. He had killed a 6-star king realm expert with a wave of his hand. This kind of strength was comparable to a saint. However, if they were to run now, their pride wouldn't be able to take it. So, in the next moment, the three people, let's attack together and kill him. I don't believe it. This kid can block all of our attacks. That's right. Senior brother must have been careless just now. He didn't use his full strength, so he was killed. Let's use our full strength. I believe this kid will definitely die. 3 angry roars sounded, and then 3 terrifying attacks directly appeared. One of the women waved her arm, and a large green umbrella appeared, covering the sky. It was an Earth-grade treasure, and it bloomed with tens of thousands of bright lights in the air, turning into green blades. Like a rain of blades, it quickly slashed in all directions. At the same time, the other 2 people also attacked. One of the young men quickly waved his fist, and a vast aura appeared on his body. At the same time, a black tortoise appeared on his fist, and it was extremely terrifying, crushing the void. Then he would not be able to bring Lu Mingyue safely into the Wanchu sacred land. This was truly a troublesome matter. After Lu Mingyue learned of this, her expression turned grave. She said gravely, "Our Wanchu sacred land is divided into 7 branches. I'm from the 7th branch. Presumably, apart from our branch, the other 6 branches all want to kill me. After all, they did not want to have another competitor. 6 branches, that's practically equivalent to the entire Wanchu sacred land." Lin Xian's expression turned grave. The dark red dragon sighed. "Fuck! If I fully recovered and reached the level of a mighty figure, would I still need to be afraid of this? I'll just charge in." Chapter 1910. However, he didn't know any almighty experts. However, he thought of something else, the Black Earth ship. If he could reactivate the Black Earth ship, even almighties wouldn't be able to break through its defenses. After all, it was something left behind by an unrivaled king. However, ever since he came to the eastern wasteland from the Martial Heaven continent, the Black Earth ship's energy had been used up. If he wanted to activate it again, he would need a powerful energy source. However, it wasn't impossible. With Lin Xian's current strength, it was completely possible for him to obtain energy. Furthermore, he didn't need to fully activate it. He only needed to summon it when he was in danger, and they could enter it to avoid attacks. This way, the energy required wouldn't be too heaven-defying. At the very least, Lin Xian could still gather energy. Currently, this was the only way to contend against those almighties. However, ordinary energy sources wouldn't work. The reason he could use the heavenly Netherbird's corpse to burn the Black Earth ship was because the Black Earth ship still had some energy left. Back then, he had only activated the Black Earth ship. Now, the Black Earth ship was completely out of energy. Thus, he had to find an energy source that far surpassed the heavenly Netherbirds. Only then could he reactivate it. There were 2 methods. The first was to kill 7-star king-level demonic beasts in the 100,000 Great Mountains and burn their corpses as energy. 7-star demonic beast kings were equivalent to almighties. Furthermore, they were even harder to kill than human almighties. After all, the demonic beast's physique was extremely strong, and its vitality was also incomparably tenacious. On top of that, it had a ferocious and violent demonic aura. Their demonic chi was even more ferocious than almighties in the same realm, although Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly and he could contend against almighties. Killing such a demonic beast would still be difficult. Even if he succeeded, he would be heavily injured. Right now, he was in the territory of the All Beginnings Holy Land. If those experts discovered him and he was heavily injured, the situation would be very bad. There was also a second method, which was stone gambling. Not only did he have the martial Tao Heavenly Eye, but he also had the Heavenly Secret Divine ability. Thus, his attainments in ocular techniques were extremely terrifying. Thus, As long as he swept his eyes over the place, he wouldn't miss out on any heavenly treasures. This method, it was the most reliable method. Lin Xian decided to give it a try. As long as he had 2 or 3 divine crystals as energy sources, he could activate the Black Earth ship at that time. He would even be able to face the All Beginnings Holy Land head-on. All right, Mingyue, you can continue recovering here. Ruffian Long, don't come out. Just stay inside and study the formation. I'll change my appearance and aura. I'll take a stroll around the gambling market in the southern region and see if I can get a few divine crystals. The southern domain was vast and filled with outstanding people. Moreover, there was a stone gambling event that was going to be held in the southern region. Lin Xian's lips curled up when he heard the news. He didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Originally, he wanted to go to Cloud City to find a few big stone gambling clubs and go in to have some fun, but he didn't expect that there would be a stone gambling convention. He would not miss such a grand event. The stone gambling meet was held in the southern region, but it involved all the forces in the eastern wilderness. Although the news that the Saintess of All Beginnings had been killed had caused a lot of commotion recently. However, this did not stop these people from coming to gamble on stones. They were indeed from the Golden Sunset sect and had come to participate in the stone gambling convention. However, they were too excited and had gone ahead first. They didn't expect that someone would find trouble with them here. You 3 brats, you're too arrogant. Even if your elders see me, they won't dare to be so presumptuous. Opposite them, the old man in black grinned and revealed a sinister smile. Now, give me your invitations obediently. I'm in a good mood and can spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. You're courting death. You think you can get an invitation from us? The martial artist from the Golden Sunset sect sneered. Look at you. You must be a rogue martial artist. You don't even have an invitation. How dare you cause trouble here? Provoking the Golden Sunset sect is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Chapter 1911. The 3 Golden Sunset sect martial artists roared, and then a majestic power surged in all directions. The terrifying aura, accompanied by rolling thunder, shrouded the front. Damn old things, go to hell. The 3 of them sneered. Boom, boom, boom. They quickly waved their fists, and a golden light turned into a terrifying golden flood dragon that soared into the sky. Every flood dragon phantom seemed to be cast in gold and carried a powerful force. What a terrifying power! The 3 Golden Sunset sect martial artists were definitely experts. The surrounding martial artists were shocked when they saw this scene. Humph! However, the black-clothed old man sneered disdainfully. The next moment, he pulled out the big black umbrella behind him. The big black umbrella was as tall as a person. It was incomparably black, and there were dark blue lines engraved on it that flickered like stars. The big black umbrella opened and stood in the sky as heavy as a mountain, and a majestic pressure shrouded the front. The terrifying power made people tremble. Then a blue and black ray of light formed in the mountain. It turned into a star and charged forward. The star was extremely strange. It emitted a dazzling light and quickly blasted forward. In an instant, the 3 golden flood dragons were all smashed into pieces. Not only that, the power of the huge star did not diminish and directly blasted the 3 Golden Sunset sect martial artists. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the 3 of them vomited blood and were sent flying. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. The 3 of them joined forces, but they couldn't block the black-clothed old man's attack. Who the hell is this old man? Damn it, it's impossible. Who the hell are you? How can you be so strong? The 3 Golden Sunset sect martial artists were lying on the ground with a look of despair. "Humph! How dare you walk outside when you don't even know me?" The black-clothed old man sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand and grabbed the big black umbrella in the sky. "Big Star Umbrella, are you Old Monster Dugu?" The three Golden Sunset Sect disciples' pupils shrank. "You're quite knowledgeable." "Yes, it's me," the black-clothed old man snorted. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. "What? He's Old Monster Dugu. No wonder he's so strong. That should be the Big Star Umbrella, right? It is indeed incomparably terrifying." It's over. It seems that the three from Jinxia sect have kicked an iron plate this time. Yes, although eccentric Dugu is just a loose cultivator, he is very strong. Moreover, it is said that he once dug up the tombs of many kings and obtained many treasures. Therefore, his strength is incomparably terrifying. Most people wouldn't dare to provoke him. This Old Monster Dugu also wants an invitation. Could it be that he also wants to participate in the Stone Gambling Convention? Discussions broke out one after another. Clearly, everyone was still very afraid of this Old Monster Dugu. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this black-clothed old man called Old Man Dugu did indeed have some reputation. However, he didn't think too much about it and just watched quietly. Below, the three Golden Sunset Sect martial artists clenched their teeth and said, "Old Monster Dugu, although you are strong, we are from Golden Sunset Sect. If you dare to touch us, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Golden Cloud Sect? No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against our Golden Sunset Sect." However, after hearing this, the black-clothed old man laughed. "Three children, I advise you to obediently hand over the invitation. Otherwise, if you anger me, I will really kill you. At most, I will hide in the mountains for 8 to 10 years. I don't believe that the Golden Sunset Sect can find me in such a big place like the Eastern Wilderness. After 8 to 10 years, when I come out again, I'm afraid that no one will remember this. So, whether you want to hand it over or not, you have to think carefully. You only have one chance." Damn it! Hearing the old man's threat, the three Golden Sunset Sect martial artists' faces were extremely ugly. Indeed, if the old man was determined to hide, it would be difficult for the Golden Sunset Sect to find him, no matter how strong they were. Therefore, for safety reasons, the three of them didn't dare to take the risk. They gritted their teeth and took out an invitation reluctantly. "This is the invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention. Take it." As he said that, one of them threw the invitation forward. Buzz. Eccentric Dugu waved his sleeve and took the invitation in his hand. Then he looked at it carefully. When he found that it was indeed an invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention, he grinned. "You should have done this earlier. You could have avoided a beating. I'm in a good mood today. Get lost. I won't kill you." As he said that, Eccentric Dugu waved his sleeve again. 3 surging waves of energy surged out and slapped the 3 Golden Sunset Sect martial artists away. He let out a loud laugh, and with a flash of his body, he soared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm, but no one dared to resist. After all, Eccentric Dugu was so powerful that they didn't dare to offend him. However, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. His body swayed and disappeared from the restaurant like a wisp of smoke. Then, he quickly followed Eccentric Dugu. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't think much of it at first. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. However, in the end, when he saw Eccentric Dugu fight for the invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention, Lin Xian had an idea. He also wanted to participate in the Stone Gambling Convention, but he didn't have an invitation. Now, however, a good opportunity had presented itself to him. If he could defeat Eccentric Dugu and get the invitation, then he would be qualified to enter. Moreover, Eccentric Dugu had snatched the invitation. He wouldn't feel guilty if he snatched it. Thinking of this, he followed unhurriedly. In front of him, eccentric Duga's body was like a wild goose. He flew for thousands of miles and then stopped. He was surrounded by vast mountains. He was already far away from the city. Eccentric Dugu floated in the sky and suddenly turned his head. His eyes were like sharp sword chi that pierced through the void. At the same time, his cold voice sounded, "You've been following me all the way. Come out now." Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Had he been discovered? However, while he was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared in the void, on the other side. It was a middle-aged man in white. He was holding a folding fan and dressed like a scholar. His face was cold as he floated in the void. His eyes were like blades as he stared ahead. "Eccentric Dugu, you really live up to your reputation. I was so careful, but you still discovered me." There's someone else." Lin Xian was also surprised. The other party's concealment skills were very good. Even he was almost fooled. It wasn't that he couldn't discover the other party, but that he didn't deliberately check. This was because he didn't expect that there would be someone with the same idea as him. However, it seemed that he had to check the surroundings carefully. Therefore, Lin Xian spread out his soul power and checked the surroundings. He found that only the middle-aged man in white was following him. After all, eccentric Duga's strength was terrifying. Ordinary kings wouldn't dare to have any ideas about him. Chapter 1912. Golden Brush Scholar, do you really think you can do anything to me? You really don't know what's good for you. Why, do you want the invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention too? The middle-aged man in white shook his head. It's just an invitation. It's not a big deal for me. What I'm interested in is the great astral umbrella in your hand. Old man Dugu, why don't you take out the great astral umbrella and let me play with it for a few years? You're courting death. Old man Dugu was furious. The great astral umbrella was his treasure. How could he give it to someone else? Therefore, he said coldly in the next moment, "Golden Pen Scholar, since you're courting death, don't blame me." With that, he took out the great astral umbrella from his back and released a sharp aura from his body. He was like a demon king looking down on everyone. The great astral umbrella in his hand emitted a black light. On the surface of the umbrella, there were blue lines shining like real stars. It was very mysterious. Good. I'll see the power of the great astral umbrella today. The middle-aged man in white laughed wildly. Then a golden brush appeared in his hand. Humph! Old man Dugu snorted and spun the great astral umbrella in his hand, releasing a terrifying aura. The great astral umbrella shone brightly and released a silver river. It was like a heavenly blade that swept forward. The silver river carried a monstrous power. It cut through the void and swept toward the middle-aged man in white in an instant. Buzz! The middle-aged man in white was not afraid at all. He waved the golden brush in his hand and quickly danced in the air. The golden brush shone with golden light, but the lines drawn were blood red, as if they were fresh blood. There was a strong smell of blood. Soon, a picture of a demon king with a ferocious face and fangs appeared in the air. It was a picture of a demon king with a pair of wings on his back. The picture was so lifelike that anyone who saw it could not help but clap their hands and cheer. However, there was a strange change under the influence of the golden brush. The ferocious demon king seemed to have come alive. He leaped into the air and turned into a real demon king. Roar! The roar shook 3,000 miles, and a terrifying force swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian, who was hiding in the dark and watching, was shocked. He did not expect the mystic skills and Dharma treasures of the 2 men to be so amazing. He had never seen it before. Therefore, at this moment, his eyes flickered as he watched carefully. In the sky, The terrifying attacks collided with each other, erupting with resplendent light. The entire world was trembling. Boundless light erupted as the ground cracked open. The surrounding mountain peaks were directly split into two halves as boundless power surged forth. Lin Xian hid in the darkness and executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, quickly widening the distance. Now that he was hit by this kind of energy, he would definitely be discovered, so he came to a safe place and silently watched the battle again. In front of him, there was a shocking explosion. Subsequently, the white-robed, middle-aged man and old man Dugu each retreated 3,000 meters. Their expressions were incomparably solemn, but soon after, eccentric Dugu coldly snorted. He activated the Great Star Umbrella, and it expanded in the wind, turning into hundreds of giant umbrellas that reached the heavens. Like a giant sword that could split a mountain, a terrifying, murderous aura soared into the sky. At this moment, he was like a demon king. His eyes were sharp and his robes were fluttering. A sharp aura gushed out quickly. Together with the Great Star Umbrella, he unleashed a series of devastating attacks. As for the white-clothed scholar, he was waving the golden brush in his hand. Strange scenes appeared one after another. Defenses, swords, and terrifying beasts were displayed in the air, turning into pure energy that surged forward. The two of them fought so fiercely that the heavens and earth seemed to shatter. Everything within a radius of 10,000 li was flattened, and nothing could stop them. Humph! The terrifying golden brush in the white-clothed scholar's hand turned into golden dragons that rushed out and filled the entire sky. Each of the terrifying golden dragons was hundreds of meters long. They were extremely terrifying, and the scales on them were shining as if they were real dragons. Boom! On the other hand, the Great Star Mountain shone brightly, and thousands of silver rivers drooped down, stirring rapidly and tearing the void apart. Then, all of the golden dragons were killed. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. Finally, eccentric Dugu seized an opportunity and activated the Great Star Mountain with all his might. The stars in the sky fell from the sky and directly blasted the white-clothed scholar away. The white-clothed, middle-aged man vomited blood, and his white clothes were stained with blood. His face was extremely pale, and he had received a terrifying injury. Damn it! The white-clothed, middle-aged man gritted his teeth. He had already exerted all his strength, but he couldn't defeat his opponent at all. In the end, he could only soar into the sky and disappear. If he continued to fight, his injuries would be even more serious. Humph! Eccentric Dugu sneered when he saw the other party escape. He wasn't someone that anyone could mess with, and his Great Star Umbrella was extremely terrifying. Even if the other party was the mysterious Golden Brush Scholar, he wouldn't be afraid. With a wave of his sleeve, eccentric Dugu put away the Great Star Umbrella and turned to leave. However, at this moment, a faint voice floated from behind. "Why, are you leaving already?" "I haven't seen enough yet. Why don't you leave the invitation card behind?" The voice was very calm and very young. It sounded like a young man. Eccentric Dugu's body stiffened when he heard that, and he frowned. "There's actually someone here, and I've been observing him. Why didn't he notice me?" In the next moment, he suddenly turned around, and his gaze swept across the entire void like a long knife. "Who is it? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Get out here." "What? You can't even find where I am. What's there to be arrogant about?" "I advise you to obediently put down the invitation card, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't let me off so easily." The faint laughter was heard again. This voice was naturally Lin Xian's. He was hiding in the void, and he was ready to make his move. "Humph, what a joke. You want me to put down the invitation card with just these few words? Don't you think you're too naive?" Eccentric Dugu sneered. "I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Hurry up and get out here." Otherwise, if I find you, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. He dares to threaten me? Eccentric Duga gritted his teeth. He couldn't stand it. However, Lin Xian sighed. Since you're not willing to take the initiative to hand it over, don't blame me for making a move. In the next moment, he walked over from the void. What? Eccentric Duga was stunned when he saw this scene. He had originally thought that it would be some powerful king, but he didn't expect it to be a young man. He was only in his 20s, and he couldn't see any aura fluctuations on his body. How dare someone like that threaten him? He really didn't know what was good for him. One had to know that he was eccentric Dugu. He had lived for more than 1,000 years, and his strength was comparable to that of a saint. Chapter 1913. Kid, which family are you from? I think your head must have been kicked by a donkey. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. However, Lin Xian was calm after hearing that. He said indifferently, you don't have to be so arrogant. You only chased away a middle-aged scholar and 3 martial artists from the Golden Dawn sect. With such strength, you don't have to be so arrogant. To be honest, your strength is really weak in front of me. So, I advise you not to fight with me. You're courting death. Old Monster Dugu was furious. His expression was abnormally ferocious. Kid, do you know who I am? Even the Holy Sun wouldn't dare to say such words in front of me. Is that so? Not necessarily. Lin Xian sneered. Although you're strong, you're still lacking compared to the real Holy Sun. And you've lived for thousands of years, yet you're inferior to the younger generation. Do you feel ashamed? If I were you, I would have obediently returned to the mountains to cultivate. Why would I go to the stone gambling convention? So, give me this invitation. I'm so angry. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Old Monster Duga roared crazily. He couldn't tolerate the other party's contempt and ridicule. So in the next moment, he stomped his foot and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian like a god of death. Beside him, rivers of stars connected the heavens and the earth like the Milky Way, constantly dancing. Each river of stars was as thick as a mountain, and its momentum was vast and terrifying. It carried the terrifying power of the stars. Boom! With a wave of his hand, dozens of rivers of stars tore through the void and swept toward Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. Kid, go to hell. Old Monster Duga sneered. The power of the rivers of stars was his divine ability. It was incomparably terrifying. It borrowed the power of the stars above the 9 heavens and fused with his spiritual power to refine it. Ordinary kings couldn't resist at all. In his opinion, it would only take an instant for the other party to be killed. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm. Facing the power of the rivers of stars, his expression was indifferent. He didn't even try to dodge. When the river of stars reached him, he stretched out his hand. In his palm, blue ice crystals appeared. Then, a terrifying power of ice burst out and rushed forward. Ka-ka-ka! The cold air spread throughout the entire sky, and in an instant, the 9 galaxies were completely frozen. In the sky before him, 9 blue ice pillars pierced through the sky like 9 icebergs, floating in the void. What? It was frozen. How is this possible? On the other side, Old Man Dugu was truly stunned. He did not expect that his powerful galaxy would actually be sealed in ice. This was something that had never happened before. Damn it. How is this possible? How can this Brett have such a terrifying icy aura? Could he be an ice attribute martial artist? Eccentric Duga's face was grave. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. Kid, who are you? Which sect are you from? Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Old Monster Duga coldly snorted. He did this because he wanted to figure out Lin Xian's identity. However, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator." "What? No sect? A rogue cultivator?" Old Monster Duga's eyes widened. Only a fool would believe that. Such a powerful young man could only be nurtured by the top sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients. Now, the other party actually said that he didn't belong to any sect. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. One had to know that in addition to talent, young geniuses also needed a lot of resources to nurture. This kind of resources could not be taken out by ordinary sections. Only the top sects and the clan of the ancients could take it out. "Kid, I originally wanted to spare your life, but since you won't tell me your identity, then don't blame me for being impolite. When the time comes, I'll kill you. Even if your elders come looking for you, they can't blame me." Old Monster Dugu coldly snorted, and the murderous aura on his body quickly spread. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "Go ahead. As long as you have the strength to kill me, then do it." Lin Xian was very calm. Indeed, he could even kill a holy son, let alone a mere old Monster Dugu. Moreover, he could see that most of old Monster Duga's magical powers and power were on the great astral umbrella. At this moment, if old Monster Dugu did not use the great astral umbrella, he would not be a match for him at all. Old Monster Dugu naturally understood this point, so he did not hesitate to use the great astral umbrella. The great astral umbrella swept across the sky and quickly spread out. It was like a black wave crashing in the sky. A terrifying power swept out in all directions, turning into streaks of cold blade light that slashed forward. The terrifying power of the stars, along with boundless murderous aura, arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, raised his palm and slapped forward. Suddenly, a boundless icy aura spread out and completely froze the sharp blade light. Then he gently waved his palm and slapped it into countless ice cubes. After the sea god's ice evolved, it could even threaten an almighty, let alone a mere blade light attack. Seeing this scene, old Monster Duga's face was unusually ugly. This was because he realized that his opponent's icy power was too terrifying. It could freeze everything. This surprised him, but then he revealed a trace of malevolence. "Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're an ice-based martial artist. You're unlucky to have met me. I didn't want to kill you, but you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he suspended the great astral umbrella in the void, and thousands of stars fell down and shrouded his body. As for himself, he took out a red gourd from his waist. "I admit that your ice is powerful, but under my blazing starfire, you can't fight back at all." Blazing starfire? Lin Xian looked puzzled. Old Monster Dugu, on the other hand, laughed loudly and looked very proud. The blazing starfire was a very terrifying flame that came from the lotus in the endless starry sky. "Kid, you didn't expect me to have this kind of flame, did you? Let me tell you, even a true saint wouldn't dare to resist this kind of flame, not to mention you. So, go to hell. Who asked you to provoke me? This is what you get for provoking me." Old Monster Dugu laughed sinisterly, then opened the red gourd. Suddenly, a purple flame spread out. A terrifying temperature rose to the sky, like a sea of fire, instantly covering the entire space. The scorching heat made the void tremble. "Oh, this flame is not bad." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect old Monster Dugu to have so many treasures in his hands. First, it was the great astral umbrella, then the purple flame. Chapter 1914. Lin Xian nodded slightly and then sucked hard. A powerful devouring force slashed out and turned into a huge vortex, crazily engulfing the surroundings. The surrounding sea of fire was attracted by this force and crazily rushed toward Lin Xian. Old Monster Dugu was stunned at first, then he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, kid. You're really an idiot. Even a saint would have to run away if he encountered this kind of flame, but you actually dared to provoke it? As long as you come into contact with a trace of the flame, you'll be burned to ashes. Old Monster Dugu was very confident in his blazing starfire because he knew how terrifying this kind of flame was. However, he was soon dumbfounded. He realized that Lin Xian had opened his mouth and sucked all the purple flames into his body. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body emitted a purple light, but it quickly disappeared. Nothing happened at all? How is this possible? Old Monster Dugu was really stunned. This kind of purple flame could burn any 6-star king to death. Even a saint-level figure would not dare to provoke them easily if they saw them. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. But now, this young man in front of him had easily absorbed it and was not hurt at all? He could not believe it. He did not know that Lin Xian was not only an ice-type martial artist, but also a powerful flame ability. He had the demonic hellfire in his body, which was the origin flame of the ancient demonic beast, the heavenly Netherbird. In addition, the great dragon sword soul was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. Therefore, although the blazing starfire was powerful, it could not hurt Lin Xian at all. As soon as it entered his body, it was destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. Then it was devoured by the demonic hellfire. Lin Xian realized that the demonic hellfire's energy and power had increased by quite a bit, and he immediately smiled happily. Then he looked forward and said happily, "Old man, do you have any more magic treasures? Hurry up and use them. I can't wait any longer." Puffed! Old Monster Dugu was so angry that he vomited blood. He had a fierce reputation, and ordinary Saint Land martial artists had to be patient when they saw him. But now he was being provoked. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The next moment he roared. With the great star umbrella in hand, he quickly charged over. The terrifying great astral umbrella flickered like a black spear, emitting boundless energy. Boom! Lin Xian, on the other hand, slapped his palms together to form a wall of ice that blasted forward. Boom! Boom! The terrifying great astral umbrella collided with the ice walls in the sky. It was like 10,000 claps of thunder, causing the entire void to tremble rapidly. This time, Old Monster Dugu was truly mad with anger. With his unparalleled might and power, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. Then the great star umbrella opened completely. It wasn't black inside. Instead, it was old and slightly yellowed. On its surface, there were many veined patterns. What supported the entire umbrella were white brackets that looked like bones. A terrifying aura emanated from the big star umbrella, causing Lin Xian to frown. He discovered that not only that, but there were also many terrifying scenes inside the stellar umbrella, and they were divided into a total of 4 scenes. One of them was a sea of fire that filled the sky. It was a monster that was red all over and had red wings on its back. It was born of fire. The second scene was next to it. It was a single-horned monster that held a trident in its hand. Millions of corpses lay at its feet. The third scene was a strange person that was pitch black all over and looked like a bat. He appeared out of thin air and covered the entire sky. The fourth scene was a tall giant with 4 arms and an eye on its face. It was abnormally evil. Not only was the scene evil, but it also emitted a cold and bloody aura. This aura quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! With a furious roar, Lin Xian slapped out a terrifying icy aura that surged forward. However, in the first scene, A sea of fire rushed out and fought against the ice. Not only that, but the images on the second, third, and fourth images also quickly distorted, forming waves of powerful energy that blasted towards Lin Xian. Go to hell, kid. Old Monster Dugu was abnormally ferocious. Anyone who has seen the true face of the Great Star Umbrella has already gone to hell. You are no exception. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He was indeed surprised. He did not expect that the Great Star Umbrella was not only mysterious on the surface, but it also had the power of the stars. There was actually another world inside this place. Looking at the four completely different auras, it was obvious that the Great Star Umbrella's grade was very high. It was probably a high-grade Earth rank artifact. However, he was not afraid. With a cold snort, a sharp sword aura rushed out of his body and rushed into the sky. Wherever it passed, four terrifying energies were split open. Boom! The smile on Old Monster Duga's face disappeared and was replaced by shock, because he was directly sent flying by a sword light. How is this possible? He still has power. This sword light, is he a swordsman? To be honest, Old Monster Duga was already stunned. Previously, he had noticed that the other party's icy aura was very terrifying and thought that the other party was an ice-type martial artist. However, when he saw this sword light, his heart collapsed. This sword light was even more terrifying. He had never seen any sword king that could release such a terrifying sword aura. Kid, who are you? Old Monster Duga gritted his teeth and asked because he found the other party too mysterious. He could not see through him at all. How could there be such a powerful young man in the world? Unless the other party was a genius of some sacred ground. However, he had thought of all those people, and there was no one who matched the identity of the young man in front of him. Therefore, he was very puzzled. Lin Xian did not answer at all. He said coldly, "Since you don't take the initiative to hand it over, then don't blame me." In the next moment, he took a step forward, and his body bloomed with tens of thousands of sword lights. His entire body was like a sword immortal, emitting a monstrous spiritual aura. When this aura appeared, Old Monster Duga's expression immediately changed. Because it was too terrifying, his body could not help but tremble. An earth-shattering sword light danced in the air like a jade dragon, slashing down at the front at high speed. Old Monster Duga's pupils shrank. He crazily activated the Great Star Umbrella and released a terrifying attack, forming a light screen. Boom, boom, boom. Ka, ka, ka. The two collided. The bright light screen only froze for a moment before it emitted a shattering sound. In the end, it directly cracked like glass. Boom. Old Monster Duga could not escape. He could only raise the Great Star Umbrella in front of him and forcefully resist the sword. Then he was sent flying. However, just as he stabilized his body and climbed out of the rubble that filled the sky, his scalp went numb. Because in the sky, tens of thousands of sword aura had formed a black Qilin and suppressed down. Before the terrifying black Qilin could land, its astonishing energy had directly shattered the ground around him. Chapter 1915. He wanted to escape, but 4 ice phoenixes suddenly appeared around him. They were extremely white and emitted a terrifying chill that completely froze the entire space. Terror, absolute terror. Old Monster Duga's face was filled with despair. This technique was too heaven-defying. One had to know that the Golden Pen Scholar had also used this technique, but compared to the young man in front of him, his technique was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. He had never seen any divine ability that could be so realistic. If he had not seen with his own eyes that the fire Qilin and the ice phoenixes were evolved, he would have thought that they were divine beasts that existed between heaven and earth. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Old Monster Duga shouted crazily. Don't you want the invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention? I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he shot out a ray of light and threw the invitation out. He really did not dare to continue fighting because he felt that his life was in danger. If he continued fighting, he was afraid that she would be killed here. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took the invitation card. Then he waved his sleeve, and the terrifying fire Qilin and the 4 ice phoenixes quickly turned into spiritual qi and entered his body. Phew! Old Monster Dugu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, he still cupped his fists and said, I was wrong to have offended you, young master. I hope you can forgive me. The Stone Gambling Convention is next to the Dragon Transformation Lake. You can go there now. I'll leave now. With that, he turned around and left. At that moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Wait, Buzz. Old Monster Duga's body stiffened, and his face became extremely ugly. He turned his head stiffly and revealed a fawning smile. Is there anything else, young master? To be honest, he was extremely afraid. If Lin Xian wanted to kill him now, he would be killed. It would be difficult for him to escape. However, Lin Xian said calmly, I just came to the southern region, so I don't know much about the Stone Gambling Convention. Don't you want to go too? Why don't you come with me? Go together? Old Monster Duga's face became very ugly when he heard this. He did not dare to stay with Lin Xian now, because the other party was simply too dangerous. Well, this old man is just an old man. Following by young master's side is too much of a hindrance. It's better for me to leave. Besides, I just remembered that I have something to take care of, so I really can't accompany you anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, Old Monster Dugu turned around and wanted to leave. However, Lin Xian snorted, and his expression darkened. What? You don't want to go with me? Old Man Duga's body stiffened when he heard the ice-cold voice. He didn't dare to leave because a cold-killing intent enveloped him. He felt that if he dared to move, the other party would definitely make a move. Therefore, he turned around and laughed dryly again. Hee, I remember now. It's not an urgent matter. I can deal with it in a few days. Besides, since young master is alone, you must be lacking someone to do odd jobs. In that case, this old man will follow young master. Very good. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Let's go then. After saying that, he stepped into the air and flew into the distance. Old Monster Dugu also followed by his side. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to leave at all. Southern region, Dragon Transformation Lake. This was a jade green lake with beautiful scenery. It was named Dragon Transformation Lake because the shape of the lake was like a crouching dragon. The lake was green and bottomless. The scenery was pleasant and divine. It was like a paradise on earth. Near the Dragon Transformation Lake, there was a huge plain. The terrain was wide and suitable for large-scale activities. Therefore, the Stone Gambling Convention was near Dragon Transformation Lake. This time, the Stone Gambling Convention was jointly hosted by the 5 Great Sage. It could be said that their background was very terrifying. Absolutely no one dared to cause trouble here. At this moment, there were still 2 days before the real event began. However, many martial artists had gathered at Dragon Transformation Lake. Of course, those who could come here were all people of extraordinary status. Those without an invitation couldn't enter at all. Boom. At this moment, a huge fluctuation appeared in the sky. Then, a 5-colored ray of light descended from the sky. A group of people stood with their heads held high. They looked extraordinary as they landed near Dragon Transformation Lake. What a big show. Who are these people? How dare they be so arrogant? Lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. Are you stupid? Those are people from the Tuoba family. What? The Tuoba family? They're here too. Of course, the Tuoba family was a powerful family of seeker spiritual masters. How could they not come to such a stone gambling convention? Indeed, the group of people who descended were powerhouses from the Tuoba family. Each of them walked with majestic gait. Their eyes shone with a deep light. It was obvious that they had cultivated an extremely profound eye technique. After they descended, they were quickly escorted away. That was because seeker spiritual masters were extremely popular. One had to know that if one could get the help of a powerful seeker spiritual master, they would definitely be able to obtain treasures in the stone gambling convention later. If they could obtain a divine crystal, they would be rich. After the Tuoba family, the void fluctuated violently again. Even the ground began to tremble. Then, everyone opened their eyes wide. In the distant horizon, there was a huge monster flying towards them at high speed. When it got closer, the crowd realized that it was an earthen dragon. It was extremely huge, at least 100 feet long. Its entire body was made up of rocks and earth. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was unusually ferocious and had a strong aura of a dragon. Damn, what kind of superpower is this? Although it was just an earthen dragon made up of rocks, its aura was too terrifying. It was as if it was a real dragon. Could it be that it was supported by the power of the dragon vein? What? Dragon vein? Heavens! Is there really someone who can find such a thing? Exclamations of surprise were heard. They were from the Ouyang family. No wonder they were so powerful. The Ouyang family was here too. The Ouyang family was also one of the seeker families. They were extremely powerful and were not any weaker than the Tuoba family. In fact, they were even more powerful. In front of them, many figures stood on the earthen dragon and flew quickly towards the dragon transformation lake. Soon, the earthen dragon gradually stopped. Then, it sank into the ground and disappeared. The ground also healed without a single crack. It was as if the scene that they had just seen was just a dream. However, the crowd knew that it was not a dream because there was an additional group of people in front of them, a group of powerful seeker spiritual masters. Humph! In the crowd, the Tuoba family looked at the newly arrived seeker spiritual masters and snorted. Their eyes were filled with hostility. As for the Ouyang family, their eyes flickered, and mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared. Chapter 1916. Brother Ouyang, you've also come. Right at that moment, several terrifying figures appeared. Although they had restrained their powerful auras, it was still enough to make one's heart jump. Clearly, they were all almighties. They respectfully invited the elders of the Ouyang family away. As for the youngsters of the Ouyang family, they were also quickly led away by the others. Soon after, more and more powers arrived, and the dragon transformation lake became more and more lively. Later on, there were even some people fighting over the position of a seeker spirit master. Fortunately, there were 5 great sage lands overseeing the lake. Thus, no one dared to make a move. A day passed. There was only 1 day left before the real stone gambling conference began. On this day, 3 figures appeared in the sky. One was a handsome young man who looked like an immortal. One was a black-robed old man, and the other was a red dragon horse. Naturally, they were Lin Xian's group of 3. The handsome young man was Lin Xian in disguise. As for the black-robed old man, he was naturally old eccentric Dugu. As for the dragon horse, it was a dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was also wanted by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Thus, it had to change its form. Back then, the dark red divine dragon had directly changed into a fire qilin. Its entire body was bathed in flames, and it looked extraordinarily mighty, as if it were a true divine beast. However, Lin Xian's complexion had turned black. If he were to go out like that, even almighties would be envious. After all, Qilins were ancient divine beasts that had already disappeared from the world. If such a divine beast were to appear, not to mention almighties, even the holy masters of the Holy Lands would go crazy. Thus, Lin Xian had the dark red divine dragon change its form again. With no other choice, the dark red divine dragon unwillingly changed into a simplified version of the fire Qilin, making it look more like a dragon horse. Although it still looked very eye-catching, it was still much better than the fire Qilin. Thus, Lin Xian agreed. A group of people descended from the sky. "Look, someone else is coming down. Who is that? I don't recognize him. What's there to see? What are you looking at? What's there to see? He's not a seeker spirit master." Ew. Many people shook their heads, not paying any attention to them. However, there were still a small number of people who raised their heads and looked ahead. Then they were stunned and screamed one after another. "Fuck, what is that? Could it be the legendary Qilin?" "It's not a Qilin. A Qilin is even more powerful than this. But what exactly is this?" Cries of surprise could be heard. Soon, the surrounding people were also affected. They all raised their heads and looked over. Then they were extremely shocked. Among them, there were a few elders whose eyes were shining. Heavens, a mutant of the heavens and the earth. Just by looking at its aura and appearance, it's definitely a mutated species. That's right, they were all staring at the dark red dragon. Because at this moment, the dark red divine dragon had turned into a draconic horse. Its entire body was dark red, without a trace of impurities. Its forehooves were suffused with monstrous flames. It burned fiercely, looking mighty and extraordinary, like a divine horse made of flames. Humph! Seeing the surrounding martial artists exclaim in admiration. The dark red divine dragon snorted. If not for Lin Xian stopping him, he would have already transformed into a Qilin. At that time, these people's jaws would definitely drop, right? At this time, several powerful martial artists walked up and surrounded the dark red divine dragon. Damn, look at its fur. It's so shiny. Look, look! There are flames on its hooves. What a terrifying temperature. I really want to use it as a mount. A middle-aged man went behind the dark red divine dragon and was eager to try. Initially, the dark red divine dragon was still very proud because of the praises around it. However, when it heard the last sentence, its face immediately darkened. "How dare you use it as a mount? You really don't know what's good for you. I'll kick you in the face." The dark red divine dragon was enraged. It raised its hind hooves and kicked behind it. Boom! This kick sent the middle-aged man behind it flying. A low voice was heard. Then, the middle-aged man turned into a meteor and smashed into the distance. He crashed into a mountain peak and collapsed it. Seeing this scene, the crowd was extremely shocked. The few martial artists who had surrounded the dark red divine dragon earlier also distanced themselves from it, each of them bewildered and bewildered. Heavens, what the hell is that thing? It's too terrifying, isn't it? It can send a powerhouse flying with a kick. Damn, that's too scary. Hurry up and stay away. Otherwise, we won't even know how we're sent flying. However, a few old men's eyes lit up as they stared at the dark red divine dragon. It's a mutant. What a violent power. I really want to take it for myself. Then they quickly surrounded it. This time, they did not surround the dark red divine dragon, but Lin Xian, who was beside the dark red divine dragon. Although they also felt that the black-robed old man beside him had a powerful aura, he looked more like a servant than a housekeeper. Therefore, they looked at the handsome young man in front of them and felt that he was the young master, of an aristocratic family. Therefore, these people asked, "Young master, how much are you selling this pet for? Name a price. I'll buy it for how much? I saw it first. Why are you guys joining in the fun? You saw it first? Do you have that much money? I'm a member of the Wong family. I saw this horse. How dare you snatch it from me?" Before Lin Xian could say anything, a few people who came up to ask for the price had already started fighting and arguing. However, the dark red divine dragon was so angry that his face turned black. He immediately raised his four hooves and slapped all the people around him away. "Damn, how dare you call me a pet? You're the fucking pet. Come here if you dare. I'll slap you to death." The dark red divine dragon was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He realized that turning into a draconic horse was not a wise choice. However, there was no way he could turn back now. Damn, this draconic horse has a bad temper. It's too wild. However, it's more interesting to tame such a beast. If you can completely tame it, it won't betray you for the rest of its life. Keep your voice down. I think this horse is very powerful. It's not weaker than a 6-star king. Be careful not to be kicked away by its hooves. That would be embarrassing. Discussions broke out one after another. Lin Xian felt a little helpless. He was surrounded by a group of people before even entering the stone gambling convention. It seemed that he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. To be honest, old Monster Duga was also surprised. At first, he thought that the dark red divine dragon was just a long snake because he didn't know that the dark red divine dragon was a dragon. Therefore, he thought that the dark red divine dragon was a snake, a pet, and not very powerful. However, he didn't expect that it would be extremely powerful. A few of those old men were 6-star kings, and they were quite powerful. In the end, they couldn't even block one attack. One could imagine how terrifying the dark red divine dragon was. Chapter 1917. There was still a day before the real stone gambling convention, so the crowd could not enter and could only wait outside. Of course, those with status had already been invited in. The remaining people made up the majority. They had nothing to do, so some of them even started to do business. One of the gray-robed old men waved his arm and took out 7 or 8 grayish-brown stones. He placed them on the ground. He said loudly, "Come, come, come, let's warm them up. I have a few ancient mystical stones here. They're usually not open to the public, but I've reluctantly sold them during the stone gambling convention." "What? You have ancient mystical stones?" Many people crowded around when they heard that. The others sneered. "What ancient mystical stones? You must be lying. If you really have such treasures, why don't you take them out during the stone gambling convention tomorrow? You're just fooling people by taking them out now." "That's true. But who cares? There's a show to watch. Anyway, we have nothing to do now." "Fuck. Who's that old guy? He's so fast. How dare he steal our business?" The others had the same plan, but they did not expect that someone else would snatch the stones away. Therefore, they could not wait any longer. They took out the stones one by one and set up stalls. Anyway, if they could deceive as many as they could, they would earn enough capital today so that they could enter the stone gambling convention tomorrow and buy the real mystical stones. Someone set up a stall in advance? "Let's go and take a look." Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Anyway, as the others said, since he had nothing to do now, he might as well go and take a look. Perhaps he could really find some treasures. Therefore, Lin Xian found a stall that was closer to the stall and went to take a look. Other than Lin Xian, there were quite a number of people surrounding the stall. However, at that moment, there was a commotion behind them. Then, an extremely arrogant voice was heard. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Can't you see that my young master is here? Get out of the way." Then the crowd dispersed, and a young man dressed in green strode over with a fan in his hand. He was dressed in green, and there was a long sword hanging from his waist. The long sword was inlaid with some beautiful divine stones. A strong wave of spiritual power was emitted from it. The young man had sharp eyes and sharp eyebrows. There was infinite arrogance in his eyes. Beside him were two servants. The two servants had their noses in the air, looking very arrogant. Who is this? How can he be so arrogant? Some people around were dissatisfied. He's from the Swallow Cloud sect. Looks like his background isn't small. It's best not to offend him. The young man had an arrogant look on his face and didn't say anything. His chin was raised high, as if he didn't care about anyone. One of the two servants beside him sneered, "Let me tell you something. Our young master's father is an elder of the Swallow Cloud sect. If you offend us, you'll have to bear the consequences. Get out of the way." An elder of the Yun sect. Hearing this, many people were shocked and made way for him. After all, the Swallow Cloud sect was also a peerless sect. The strength of an elder in the sect was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, no one dared to provoke this arrogant young man. However, there were exceptions. There were three motionless figures in front of them. They were Lin Xian and the other two. "Fuck! Who is this? How dare you not make way? Don't you want to live? I don't know, but this kid seems to have an extraordinary background. He actually has such a mutant by his side. I think he's probably a disciple of a large family or faction." The crowd discussed animatedly. Although they didn't know Lin Xian, the dark red dragon beside Lin Xian was too eye-catching. Moreover, there was a black-robed old man with him. Although he had restrained his aura, it still made people's hearts tremble. Such a person must have a powerful background. However, the young man from the Swallow Cloud sect frowned. Someone actually dared to put on airs in front of him. He really didn't know what was good for him. However, before he could speak, the two servants beside him shouted angrily, "Kid, who are you? Don't you have ears? Get lost." Hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything, but the dark red dragon and old Monster Dugu were furious. Especially old Monster Dugu, whose nerves were cold. One had to know that he was a fierce and unrestrained person. Usually, when the martial artists of the sacred grounds saw him, they would retreat. But now, someone actually dared to reprimand him. They were simply courting death. He coldly snorted and was about to attack. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped him. Lin Xian mainly didn't want to provoke trouble and attract the attention of almighty experts. If that happened, he might be targeted by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Humph! Seeing Lin Xian stop him, old Monster Dugu no longer attacked. However, he still coldly snorted. "This place is so big. Don't you have legs? Can't you take a deeder? You are courting death. Our young master is so precious. You actually dare to ask him to take a deeder? Are you tired of living? Fuck your grandpa." The dark red dragon exerted himself and kicked that insolent servant away. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, when he threw a tantrum, Lin Xian couldn't stop him. Therefore, his kick directly made that servant disappear. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd went into an uproar. However, the people from the Swallow Cloud sect also frowned. "Audacious! You dare to attack us? Are you tired of living? Do you know who we are?" The remaining servant gnashed his teeth and roared crazily. The other party actually dared to attack them. They were truly audacious and didn't know the difference between life and death. "Oh, you still dare to be arrogant?" The dark red dragon still wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Lin Xian. On the other side, the arrogant youth from the Swallow Cloud sect said in a deep voice, "Enough. Don't pay attention to them. Yes, young master, that servant said respectfully. Then he fiercely glared at Lin Xian's group. Brat, consider yourself lucky. Our young master is magnanimous and will let you go. Otherwise you are dead. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to such people. In his eyes, such people were nothing more than ants. He didn't care about them at all. Instead, he stared at the stall in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Uncle, how much are you selling these stones?" You still want to gamble on stones? Do you have money? These are all wondrous stones. Can you afford them? On the other side, the arrogant youth from the Swallow Cloud sect walked over. The servant beside him sneered. Slap. Beside him, old Monster Dugu couldn't take it anymore. He slapped the servant's face, turning it into a pig's head. Damn servant, we can speak. Do you have the right to speak? How dare you hit me? The servant covered his face. His teeth were all broken. He was bleeding profusely as he looked at old Monster Dugu in horror. However, he still shouted crazily, "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Young master, you must kill him. Help me kill him." Chapter 1918. Previously, one of his servants had been sent flying. Now, another servant had been slapped in the face. This made him lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, his face darkened as he stared at Lin Xian, old Monster Dugu, and the others. Kid, if we weren't near the Dragon Transformation Lake, it wouldn't be convenient for us to fight. You're all dead now. However, since you dared to provoke the Yen Yun sect, I will remember you after the stone gambling event. The three of you will not have a good ending. Just you wait. TSK. Lin Xian ignored him. Old Monster Dugu snorted coldly. The dark red dragon looked at him with disdain. This kind of threat had no effect on them. The arrogant young master of the Yen Yun sect also snorted coldly. However, letting you off so easily would be letting you off too easily. Don't you want to bet on stones? Kid, do you dare to bet with me? Bet with you? Are you worthy? Lin Xian glanced at him. He did not have any expression, but there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Feeling this disregard, the arrogant young man was about to go crazy. He had a noble status, and no one had ever dared to look down on him. However, this despicable kid in front of him not only looked down on him, but also ignored him. This made him mad with anger. Why, you don't dare? The arrogant young man sneered. There's nothing we don't dare to do. The dark red dragon also sneered. However, do you have enough crystals on you? Don't bet halfway, and you'll be out of money. That would be embarrassing. Humph, you don't have to worry about that. Just tell me if you dare or not, the arrogant young man said coldly. Okay, I'll play with you, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then he looked ahead and said, "This is it." What? Stone gambling. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd became excited and gathered around. Those who were even further away were also walking towards them. Seeing Lin Xian choose a stone so easily, the surrounding crowd was shocked. The arrogant young master sneered, "You are really a country bumpkin. I haven't even told you how to play, and you can't wait to choose a stone. It seems that you are an ignorant idiot. How do you want to play?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. He wasn't angry because stone gambling wasn't that difficult for him. One had to know that very few people could match his eye technique. Even those powerful Seeker Spirit master families might not be able to defeat him, not to mention the insolent young man in front of him. However, young Master Qian didn't know that. He said coldly, "Let's be more direct. We'll each choose a stone, and whoever cuts out more crystals wins." Sure. Lin Yuan nodded. "I still choose the stone. I won't change my mind. TSK, what an idiot. This stone of yours is dim and lightless at first glance. There is absolutely no crystal inside. You brat, You definitely don't know anything. Just you wait. You're going to lose this time." At this point, young Master Chien revealed a ferocious expression. "I didn't mention the consequences of losing earlier. Can I tell you now? The loser must kneel and kowtow to the winner." "What? Kneel and kowtow?" the crowd exclaimed. This was a direct slap in the face. Looking at these two young men, their identities weren't simple. If they kneeled and kowtowed in public, it would definitely be a slap in the face. They probably wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They didn't expect young Master Chien to be so vicious. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Young Master Chien sneered. "Brat, how is it? Are you afraid? Let me tell you, if you dare to hit my servant, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely make you kneel at my feet, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Moreover, the rule of stone gambling is that the chosen stone can't be changed." So, you can slowly wait for your deaths. In young Master Chien's opinion, if the other party dared to compete with him, he was simply dead meat. He was 100% confident now. In the next moment, young Master Chien sneered. Two balls of red light appeared in his eyes and gradually expanded, forming a triangular shape. Buzz. Accompanying it was a faint red light and a terrifying aura. "This is an eye technique." Ooh, the crowd was shocked. They didn't expect that although young Master Chien was arrogant, he still had the strength. Judging from his eye technique, he was definitely an expert. "It's over. That brat is dead meat. Young Master Chien's eye technique is extraordinary. He will definitely be able to choose a good stone. Yeah, that brat didn't use anything, and just casually chose a stone. Does he know what stone gambling is?" Sounds of discussion could be heard. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Although they didn't like young Master Chien at this moment, it seemed that Lin Xian was more likely to lose. At the side, old Monster Dugu was also feeling uneasy. That was because he also felt that Lin Xian was being too casual. No matter what, he should have used his divine ability to check it out. However, the other party didn't do anything at all and casually chose a stone. He was simply too irresponsible. He secretly observed Lin Xian's expression and found that the other party was very calm, as if he didn't take this matter seriously. Sai, young and ignorant, although he is powerful, it doesn't mean that his spirit-seeking technique is powerful. Old Monster Duga shook his head. In his heart, he had seen many similar situations in the past. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the dark red divine dragon at the side sneered. He knew Lin Xian's true strength. This stone gambling was nothing at all. He was already looking forward to seeing the other party's expression when the results were revealed. In front, young Master Chien's eyes flickered and swept across the stall. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he grabbed a stone in his hand. "Young masters, this old man is running a small business. Can the two of you settle the bill first?" the old man at the stall said. He was really a little worried that the two of them would cut the stone and not pay. "It's just a few crystals. Do you think I'll shortchange you?" Young Master Chien's face was full of disdain. Then he tossed 5 kilograms of crystals to the other party. Then he looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Brat, don't tell me you can't even afford one. 5 kilograms of crystals? If that's the case, I advise you to kneel down and kowtow as soon as possible." "Idiot," Lin Xian sneered. With a flick of his finger, he also tossed 5 kilograms of crystals. Young Master Chien's face darkened when he saw this scene. He realized that the other party's casual attitude was really infuriating. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was indeed a little nervous. That was because it was the most critical time to cut the stone. The most exciting part of stone gambling was when the stone was cut. With one cut, One could rise to the heavens and become rich, or one could completely lose money and go bankrupt. Therefore, that was indeed the most exciting part. Chapter 1919. Crack, crack, crack. He was very careful. Red light bloomed in his eyes, and the golden knife in his hand was as steady as a rock as he slowly lowered it. Then the surface of the stone slowly peeled off, and the stone in his hand became smaller and smaller. Buzz. At this moment, a bright light suddenly lit up like a rainbow, illuminating the surroundings. Seeing this, young Master Chien heaved a sigh of relief, while the surrounding crowd exclaimed, "There's a glow. It seems that there must be a crystal, but I wonder how much?" He bought the stone with 5 kilograms of crystal. If he can't cut it into 5 kilograms, he'll lose money. Looking at the colorful luster, it should be more than 5 kilograms. Discussions broke out one after another as they paid even more attention to the situation. Young Master Chien became more and more careful. In the end, the entire surface of the stone was peeled off, and 5 kilograms of crystal appeared on the ground. 5 kilograms, he's profited. Yeah, not bad. This young Master Chien is really something. Most of these stones are useless, but I didn't expect young Master Chien to be able to cut out 5 kilograms of crystal. It was indeed shocking. Everyone was discussing, and their words were filled with envy. Indeed, 9 out of 10 people who set up stalls here were scammers. Most of the stones were useless, so most people would not cut them. They would wait until the stone gambling convention officially began the next day before cutting. However, young Master Chien was not only bold, but he also cut out 5 kilograms of crystal, which shocked the surrounding crowd. Young Master Chien was even more proud. He looked at Lin Xian provocatively, then sneered. "Kid, you're dead meat. I advise you not to cut it. I've seen your stone. It's just a useless stone. There's nothing in it." As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again. "Yeah, that stone is dim and ugly. I don't think there's anything in it." "I think so too. I think that kid is going to lose." Even the old man who sold the stone shook his head and sighed. Obviously, he also thought that it was a useless stone. "Young master, do you want me to do it?" At this moment, old Monster Dugu also spoke. He felt that if Lin Xian lost, he might as well not cut it. Now that he was using absolute power to intimidate them, the people around him would definitely not dare to say anything. However, Lin Xian was very calm. He said, "There is definitely a treasure in this stone. It's just that they don't know what it is." "There was a treasure?" Young Master Chien sneered. "You're really naive. If there's a treasure in this stone, I'll eat all the stone skins on the ground." He didn't believe that the other party's stone would contain a treasure. "That's what you said." The dark red dragon god became spirited and said loudly. Everyone heard it. "This guy is going to eat the stone skin in a while. If he doesn't eat it, then he's a bastard." Young Master Chien was so angry that his face turned black. But soon he sneered and said, "I want to see what kind of stone you can cut out." Lin Xian didn't care at all. Using his finger as a blade, he slashed down. Seeing this, the surrounding people were even more incredulous. Young Master Chien sneered, "Look at your technique. Do you think you are cutting a watermelon? Even if there is something good, it will be cut into pieces by you." However, as soon as he said that, his entire body froze. The smile on his face also became very ugly because an extremely bright light burst out from the crack. It was like a rainbow circling in the sky. What a bright light! There really are crystals in here. Oh, God, I'm not dreaming. Am I? This kid's luck is too good. He randomly picked a stone and there are crystals in it. You have to know that most of the stones here are useless. Everyone was discussing, but most of them thought that it was Lin Xian's luck that was good. Even old Monster Dogu was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to really cut out a crystal. Young Master Qian's face was also extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a dead fly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. How can this kid be so lucky? Humph, I don't believe that he can cut out more crystals than me." In front, Lin Xian waved his hand quickly, and the stone skins on the ground kept falling. Then, a crystal of about 5 kilograms appeared in front of everyone. 5 kilograms. He's definitely rich. Everyone's eyes were burning, because crystals were essential for the cultivation of a king. However, most of these people didn't have much. They didn't expect that the young man in front of them could casually cut out 5 kilograms. This was definitely enviable. This kid can't be a seeker spirit master, right? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? It's possible. Look at his expression. He's always so calm. Damn, he can't be guessing, right? But his luck is too heaven-defying. When young Master Qian saw this, his face became extremely ugly. His entire body became ferocious as he roared crazily. Impossible. Damn it, this is impossible. How could he cut out so many crystals? Damn it, are you all well dressed? In the next moment, young Master Qian looked at the old man selling the stones, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. He even suspected that this was a trap set up for him. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The dark red dragon sneered and walked up. He stared at young Master Qian and sneered. "Are you still so arrogant? Hurry up and eat all the stone skins on the ground, then kneel down and kowtow to us to apologize." The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. Young Master Qian's face was even uglier, as if he had eaten a dead rat. Hearing the other party's words, he wanted to die even more. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and offered such conditions because he was very confident in himself. He believed that he would definitely not lose, but now he had lost. This surprised him greatly. "Damn it, I don't believe it. You cheated. You must have colluded." "Humph. Aren't you just trying to deceive me? I won't fall for it." Young Master Qian snorted coldly and turned to leave. Regardless of whether the other party had colluded or not, he wouldn't stay here because it was too embarrassing. "You want to leave? It's not that simple." The dark red dragon's body swayed and immediately blocked his way. At this moment, he had turned into a flaming horse bathed in flames. He was like an ancient divine beast standing in front of him. "You're courting death. How dare you block my young master's path? Do you know who my young master is? Let me tell you, our old master is an elder of the Yen Yun sect. If you offend us, we'll slap you to death. Is that so? The elder is very arrogant. But so what? We didn't force him to say those conditions earlier." He was the one who said them himself. Chapter 1920. Is that so? The elder is so arrogant. But so what? We didn't force him to say those conditions earlier. He was the one who said them himself. Now that he has lost, he wants to go back on his word. How can there be such a thing in this world? Indeed, the surrounding martial artists were in a heated discussion. That's right. He went back on his word and is the child of the Yen Yun sect's elder. That's too untrustworthy. Has the Yen Yun sect fallen to such a state? The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. They don't even want to honor the agreement. Discussions broke out. Obviously, the crowd was very dissatisfied. After all, they had seen what had happened previously. Young Master Qian had been so arrogant. If Lin Xian had been the one who had lost, young Master Qian would not have let him off. Get lost. Young Master Qian's face was cold. He would not honor his promise. He would rather kill him than kowtow and admit his guilt. His servant also had a fierce look on his face. Then the power in his body exploded. A long blue saber appeared in his hand. It was as cold as ice as it slashed forward. Damned beast! How dare you block my young master's path? Die! The long blue saber in the sky turned into a stream of light and slashed at the dark red divine dragon. Wherever it passed, layers of blue frost would form, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Oh my, how dare you attack me? You really don't know your place. The dark red divine dragon sneered when he saw this. He lifted his 2 front hooves and stomped forward. Bang, bang. 2 deep sounds were heard. The long blue saber in the sky was instantly broken into 2. The servant's chest caved in as he was sent flying. Damn it! How dare you retaliate? Young Master Qian's face was extremely hideous when he saw this. He did not expect that the other party would dare to retaliate. Die, you bastard! He was furious. He was really furious. He struck out with both palms. 2 balls of white mist appeared in his hands. They were like 2 clouds that were extremely ethereal. Then he slammed his palms forward. Firmament palm. Yan Yun-Sek's ultimate skill was displayed at this moment. It was as if endless clouds were rolling and a terrifying gale engulfed everything. The dark red divine dragon sneered disdainfully because young Master Qian was only a 6-star king. Such a person was not enough for him. Therefore, he waved his shoelaces again. The fiery red light and the vast power of the shoelaces were like a red mountain as they blasted forward. Pung! The clouds churned and were directly torn apart. The red hoof directly kicked young Master Qian. Clang! At the critical moment, a white armor appeared on young Master Qian's body and blocked this shocking attack. However, his body continued to retreat, causing the ground to crack. How is this possible? How can a beast be so strong? Young Master Qian's face was filled with shock. He was a 6-star king realm, and he had even used the firmament palm strike. Yet he was still unable to do anything to his opponent. He couldn't believe it. However, he knew that the other party might be a mutated species of heaven and earth, a powerful demon king. Therefore, he changed his strategy. He turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. He directly charged towards Lin Xian. This was because he didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. Therefore, he felt that the other party wasn't powerful at all. Whoosh! Countless white clouds surged out of young Master Qian's body, causing his figure to become ethereal. In an instant, he turned into a ghost and disappeared into the air. Cloud misstep. What a terrifying step technique. Young Master Qian's skills are indeed extraordinary. The surrounding crowd exclaimed because they could no longer see young Master Qian's figure. Lin Xian was very calm because he didn't need to do anything at all. At this moment, old Monster Dugu, who was beside him, snorted coldly and stood in front of Lin Xian. Then he slapped out. Boom! A terrifying palm descended from the sky, and the surrounding space instantly froze. Everyone felt their bodies tighten as if a pair of demonic claws had grabbed their throats, and they couldn't breathe. In the void, young Master Qian's figure also appeared. His face was full of shock and confusion. He couldn't believe that the other party had easily broken through his step technique. Damn it! How is this possible? Who is he? How can he be so powerful? Young Master Qian stared at the black-clothed old man in shock. His scalp went numb, and he wanted to escape, because he couldn't see the other party's true strength at all. Old Monster Duga sneered and grabbed with his hand. Like a demon king, he directly enveloped young Master Qian. Then, as if he was carrying a chicken, he brought young Master Qian to his side. Bang! He kicked young Master Qian's leg, and young Master Qian immediately knelt on the ground in the direction of Lin Xian. Damn it, you dare to make me kneel? You're dead meat. My father is an elder of the Yen Yun sect. So what does it have to do with me? Old Monster Duga sneered. He didn't care about the elder of the Yen Yun sect, because even if he caused a huge disaster, he could find a barren mountain and hide for 8 to 10 years, and the other party wouldn't be able to find him. Young Master Qian roared angrily. He realized that this kind of threat was useless. Therefore, he had to rely on himself. In his body, the cloud-like mist exploded again, turning into a large white palm. It soared into the sky from his body and slapped towards Old Monster Dugu. It's useless. Don't struggle. Old Monster Dugu pointed with his finger and directly pierced the large white palm. Then, he sealed all the spiritual energy in young Master Qian's body. Then, he stepped on the other party's head and made him kowtow. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Since you said such an agreement, you have to accept the punishment if you lose. Old Monster Duga said coldly. He had already kowtowed. Next, it was time to eat the stone skin. With a flip of his palm, the stone skin on the ground quickly spun and surged towards his palm. It turned into a ball. No, you can't do this to me. Young Master Qian's expression was incomparably ugly. He had already kowtowed in front of the other party and had lost face. But he didn't expect that the other party would make him eat the stone skin. This was even worse than killing him. However, he couldn't resist at all and could only be forced to swallow the stone skin. What? He really kowtowed and ate it. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect the black-clothed old man to be so powerful that he even dared to provoke the Yen Yun sect. Who are they? Aren't they too strong? Who knows? They must be fierce people. But I don't think the Yen Yun sect will let this go. Young Master Qian's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. He was like a crazy beast. He stared fiercely at Lin Xian and the black-clothed old man. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, just you wait. I will definitely not let you off. When my father comes, I will kill all of you and tear you into pieces." Scram! Old Monster Dugu waved his sleeve and sent young Master Qian flying. Chapter 1921. Get lost. Old Monster Dugu waved his sleeve and sent young Master Qian flying. Let's go too, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He looked around and found that there were no good stones here. At most, there would be a few kilograms of crystals, which was nothing to him. Therefore, it was better to wait for the stone gambling convention to officially begin tomorrow. Soon, the night passed. The next day, when the sun had just risen, everyone in the Dragon Transformation Lake was excited, because today was the beginning of the Stone Gambling Convention. A group of 5 great sage guards appeared in front of them. They were going to check everyone's invitations. Anyone without an invitation would be asked to leave. Lin Xian followed behind the crowd and waited quietly. However, when it was his turn, one of the guards said coldly, "Your pet can't be brought in." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned, because he clearly saw that many people had brought their pets in before, and they were not stopped. However, he was stopped. It was obvious that there was a conspiracy. He spread out his soul power and found that young Master Qian from yesterday was hiding in the dark and sneering. It seemed that he was the one behind it. This time, the dark red divine dragon was also angry. He said coldly, "You're the pet. I'll kick you to death." He was too angry. The other party actually called him a pet. It was unforgivable. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Those people in front can go in. Why can't we?" "Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Impudent. The guard shouted coldly, "Kid, don't you know where you are? How dare you question us? We have the final say here. If we say you can't go in, you can't go in. Is that so?" Lin Xian snorted, and golden runes flashed in his eyes. Buzz. Suddenly, the arrogant guard trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Then it turned into a dull look. "Can I go in now?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. "Yes, please come in, young master," the guard said respectfully. Then he bowed and said, "I have offended you before. Please don't blame me." Seeing the scene, the surrounding guards were all stunned. Young Master Qian, who was hiding in the shadows, was even more stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. This shouldn't be the case. This was completely different from what he had expected. How could the other party admit defeat? He stood rooted to the ground. On the other side, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and old monster Duga strode forward. Finally, they arrived at the stone gambling convention. In front of him was a jade-green lake that emitted a dense spiritual energy, forming a faint mist on the surface. Around the dragon transformation lake, there were many exquisite stalls with all kinds of stones placed there. There were all kinds of colors and shapes. Looking from afar, there was a sea of people and strange rocks all over the place. It could really be called a flourishing age. Not only that, but Lin Xian could also see almighty-level existences everywhere. There were even some people who were even more terrifying. They had white hair and were old, but the aura in their bodies was extremely terrifying, even surpassing that of the Almighties. Lin Xian knew that those people were living fossils. He did not expect that the stone gambling convention would attract so many experts. This time, even old monster Dugu restrained his temper. Although he was usually very arrogant in front of so many almighties and living fossils, he really had no right to be arrogant. Although there were many almighties compared to the sea of martial artists, they were still sparse and pitiful. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they would not encounter any almighties. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Then he walked towards a shop. As soon as he approached, he heard the crowd discussing, "This shop is not ordinary. I heard that the stones here were all obtained from the Black Wind Mine." "Black Wind Mine? No way. That's a very famous mine. It's said that it has something to do with the Primordium Ancient Mine, and it's very close. What do you know? This Black Wind Mine was very famous in the past, but it's almost gone in recent years." At this moment, a young man said coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be gone? We've all heard of the Black Wind Mine." "Yeah, don't you know? Don't talk nonsense here." The others were dissatisfied, while the young man snorted coldly. He revealed a jade pendant at his waist. An azure dragon was engraved on it. Seeing this jade pendant, many people cried out in surprise. "Ouyang family? What? He's from the Ouyang family?" Everyone was shocked and did not dare to speak anymore. The Ouyang family was a seeker family. The people who came out of it were definitely incomparably terrifying. Since he said so, it might be true. However, there were still people who did not give up. After all, the Black Wind Mine was too famous. It was close to the Primordium Mine, and many treasures had been cut out from the stones of the Black Wind Mine. Therefore, it caused everyone's hearts to burn. Humph! As for the young man from the Ouyang family, he snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Black Wind Mine? Lin Xian was puzzled. Is it very famous? To be honest, although his ocular technique was unparalleled, his understanding of these mine veins was indeed inferior to other martial artists. Apart from the very famous life Forbidden Zone, the Primordium Ancient Mine, he had never heard of any other mine veins, not to mention the Black Wind Mine. Although Lin Xian whispered, it was still heard by the surrounding martial artists. Following that, those people turned around and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. "Damn, brother, It can't be. Where did you come from? You haven't even heard of the Black Point Mine? Heavens! Are you sure you're here to gamble on stones? Moreover, some people did not believe that there was someone in this world who did not know about the Black Wind Mine. Not to mention these people, even old Monster Dogu at the side was also extremely surprised. Previously, he saw Lin Xian easily cut out more than 10 caddies of crystal stones, which shocked him. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have mastered some kind of powerful spirit-seeking technique to be able to find strange stones so easily. But now, he was puzzled again, because the other party's knowledge was too limited. He did not even know about the Black Wind Mine. Was he really a spirit-seeking master? He was very doubtful. Seeing everyone's doubts, Su Qin was speechless. So he lied. I just came out of the mountains, so I don't know what's going on outside. This time, I saw that there was a commotion, so I came to take a look. So that's how it is. Everyone came to a realization, and then said enthusiastically, "Brother, let me tell you, the Black Wind Mine is very famous." It's close to the Primordium ancient mine. In the past, treasures were often cut out. For example, divine crystals, ancient spiritual herbs, and the remains of ancient weapons. In short, there are many such rare treasures. Chapter 1922. So that's how it is. After Lin Xian heard this, he finally understood. Since the black wind or vein was so famous, he would play with it. Thinking of this, he did not go anywhere else. Instead, he stood there and watched. His eyes flickered as he looked forward. He skimmed over the stones in front of him one by one. These stones were of different sizes. Some were yellow, some were black, and some were brown. Moreover, some of the stones had a crack in the middle, but it was not deep. Some people even picked up such stones and shone the cracks under the sun, but they could not see the situation inside at all. The eyes of a few experts in the surroundings flickered like divine rainbows. They stared at these stones, trying to see the situation inside clearly. However, these stones were all transported from Orvanes, and those Orvanes had been buried underground for tens of thousands of years. They contained divine power. Ordinary probing would not be able to see clearly, unless there were some very magical eye techniques or methods. For example, a seeker spirit master or gambling with luck. However, there were times when a seeker spirit master would make a mistake, and it was even more difficult to say if one relied on luck. Each of the stones here was very expensive. If there was nothing inside after a cut, it would be a huge loss. Ordinary kings would not be able to afford it. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in a red robe. He looked at the increasing crowd around him and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm sure you know the rules of stone gambling. High revenge also means high risk. If any of you take a fancy to any stone, then buy it. There might be divine crystals inside. Of course, if you can't cut it out, don't complain. That's how stone gambling is." Hearing this, everyone nodded and discussed from time to time. Indeed, they also knew about these things, so they were exceptionally solemn. After all, the price of these stones was not low. At this moment, Lin Xian walked through the crowd and came to the front. He looked at the stones and asked in a deep voice, "Boss, how much are you selling these stones?" "The ones with openings are 80 kilograms of crystals. The ones without openings are 50 kilograms of crystals." Ooh. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then his eyes flickered and runes flickered. He stared at a stone that was 1/2 meter tall. Through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he saw the scene inside the stone. There were indeed crystals inside, but they were not in the center. Instead, they were in the bottom left corner. The crystals were light green in color. There was one at the bottom left corner and one at the top right corner. In total, The two of them were the size of a rubber ball. Judging from the quality and quantity of these crystals, they definitely exceeded 50 kilograms of ordinary crystals. Therefore, it was not a loss to buy them. Lin Xian decided to buy it to increase his capital. 50 kilograms of crystal stones. I want this stone. Lin Xian pointed at one of the stones and said. The middle-aged boss nodded and said with a smile, "Sir, you can buy it, but there are rules here. If someone offers a higher price to buy this stone within the stipulated time, then the final owner will be the person who offers the highest price. Of course, you can also raise the price. There's such a thing." Lin Xian stared blankly for a moment before asking eccentric Dugu. Old Monster Dugu said, "There is indeed such a rule, but it has to be done within half an incense stick's time." After Lin Xian heard this, he understood. Since that was the case, he would also follow the rules. Seeing that Lin Xian was the first to choose a stone so quickly, the surrounding people began to discuss spiritedly. "So fast? Isn't it a little sloppy? I didn't see him use any strange spirit-seeking technique." Could it be that he's dreaming and wants to try his luck? He looks so familiar. I've seen him before. Right, it's him. Yesterday, he competed with the people of Swallow Cloud Sect and got 10 kilograms of crystal stones. At that time, he quickly chose a stone. Everyone thought it was a waste stone. Who would have thought that he would get 10 kilograms of crystal stones? What? There's such a thing. The surrounding people were shocked as they looked at Lin Xian in confusion. However, they still did not believe it. After all, 50 kilograms of crystal stones was not a small amount, so they all watched. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe walked over. The middle-aged man's face was pale, but his eyes were very spirited. His fingers were very wide, and he wore a black plate on his thumb that emitted a mysterious power and a faint light. The middle-aged man in a green robe came to the front of the stall and looked carefully. Soon, he stared at the stone that Lin Xian had chosen. The next moment, he stretched out his finger and touched the stone. The black ring flashed with strange runes. The middle-aged man in a green robe frowned, and his eyes were shining. After a while, he pulled back his palm. The stall owner said, "Fellow cultivator, this young master has already bid for 50 kilograms of crystal stones. If you want it, the price must be higher than that." Hearing that, the middle-aged man in a green robe glanced at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "I'll bid 150 kilograms of crystal stones. 150 kilograms. The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the middle-aged man in a green robe to bid such a high price. Lin Xian was also surprised. Did the middle-aged man also notice the crystal stones? However, although he was surprised, he quickly calmed down. After all, many experts and experts from the Eastern Wilderness had gathered at the Stone Gambling Convention. If he could see it, the other experts could naturally see it too. However, there was no need for him to buy the 150 kilograms of crystal stones, because even if he bought it, he would not earn much. Therefore, he shook his head and did not raise the price again. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, the stall owner said, "Fellow cultivator, this stone is yours." The middle-aged man in a green robe gave the crystal stones, took the half-meter-tall stone, and nodded slightly. He did not leave. Instead, he cut the stone on the spot. Seeing that someone was cutting the stone in public, the surrounding people immediately exclaimed and were extremely excited. After all, compared to buying the stone, cutting the stone was more exciting. Someone is cutting the stone in public. When the surrounding people saw that, they quickly gathered. Very quickly, the stall was packed to the brim. The middle-aged man in a green robe looked serious. His eyes flickered as he looked at the stone in front of him. Then he pulled out a small black knife. The small knife was very simple. It was neither gold nor stone. No one knew what material it was made of. At this moment, the middle-aged man in a green robe held it in his hand. The surrounding people also held their breaths. They knew that no one could disturb him at this time. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in a green robe cut the stone from the middle. He cut it very carefully. Soon he had to stop and watch. However, when he cut 1/3 of the stone, there was no light. Chapter 1923. Not necessarily. What's the rush? It's only 1/3 of the way through. Usually, things will be in the center. It's still early. If it's in the center, doesn't that mean that even if it's a treasure, it's very small? Could it be that it's a loss? What do you know? Someone sneered. Treasures aren't judged by their size. A divine crystal the size of a fingernail or 50 kilograms of ordinary crystals. Which one do you choose? Hearing this, many people stopped talking. Even if it was a divine crystal the size of a fingernail, its value and energy were definitely incomparable to ordinary crystals. Legend had it that divine crystals contained mysterious power and were extremely mysterious. The green-robed, middle-aged man naturally knew this, so even if there was no light after 1/3 of the way through, he could still remain calm. His palm was very steady as he slowly cut off the stone skin. However, the green-robed, middle-aged man soon broke out in a cold sweat, and even his expression became very ugly. That was because he had already cut half of the way through, but there was still no light. This meant that he might have misjudged, and this stone might be a useless stone. Not only him, but the surrounding people also began to discuss. It's already halfway through, and there's still no light. This time, it should be a useless stone. Those who believed firmly before were also shaken because, under normal circumstances, treasures would be in the center of the stone. However, now that there was no light, it meant that there was no treasure. At this moment, they could no longer find a reason to think that the stone in front of them was a treasure. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He knew that there was definitely a crystal in this stone, but the other party had cut it in the wrong place. However, at this moment, another person spoke. It was an old man with gray hair and a hooked nose. He gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. He said in a deep voice, "Fellow cultivator, it's already halfway. Do you still want to cut it? If you don't want to continue, I'll buy this stone for 15 kilograms of crystals. What do you think?" Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. It was already a useless stone, but someone still wanted to buy it. Could it be that there was something fishy about this stone? For a moment, many people were tempted. However, the gray-haired old man just snorted coldly, and an extremely powerful aura surged from his body, intimidating everyone. Feeling this terrifying aura, many people shut their mouths. As for the gray-haired old man, he looked to the front and asked, "What do you think?" The green-robed, middle-aged man pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. "No need, I'll continue." To be honest, he was very confident in his spirit-seeking technique. He clearly felt that this stone contained a huge amount of spiritual power. There must be a treasure inside, but why couldn't it be cut out? Moreover, he had only cut half of it. He had seen some treasures under the stones before. Therefore, he would not give up or admit defeat until the very last moment. Seeing that the other party was still persisting, the gray-haired elder harumphed coldly before retreating back into the crowd. The middle-aged man with the green bump waved his arm again. The black dagger seemed to have turned into a poisonous snake, swallowing and spitting out light as it continued to cut the stone. Crack, crack! In the end, the half-meter-tall rock was cut in half, but no crystal appeared. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, he had spent 150 kilograms of crystal stones to buy this stone. Now that he had nothing to cut out, he was naturally losing money. The gray-haired old man sneered with a hint of schadenfreude. Impossible. My senses can't be wrong. There must be a crystal stone inside. The green-robed man could not accept the situation. Then he waved the dagger in his hand, and two black rays of light shot out. Like the Styx River, they slashed towards the stone. Once again, the stone that had been cut in half was cut into 4 halves. However, there was still nothing to be seen. Seeing this, his expression was very ugly. He did not expect that he would make a mistake on his first try. This was not good news for him. Old Man Goode heaved a sigh of relief because this thing was originally bought by Lin Xian. Fortunately, it was snatched away by someone else. Otherwise, if Lin Xian bought it, he would definitely waste 50 kilograms of crystal stones. The dark red dragon was also surprised. He knew Lin Xian's strength, but he did not expect that there was nothing inside. Therefore, he asked, "Kid, what's going on? Did you make a mistake too?" Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "I didn't make a mistake. There are indeed crystals inside, and there are quite a lot of them. However, he cut in the wrong place. The crystals are in the lower left and upper right corner. He didn't touch those 2 places at all." "I see." The dark red dragon understood. It turned out that the green-robed middle-aged man was quite pitiful. However, at that moment Lin Xian spoke up. "Fellow Taoist, I'll pay you 10 nephrite crystals for these rocks. Are you willing to sell them to me?" "What? Someone else made a bid?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned and revealed a look of disbelief. "These are useless stones. The ones underground are even more worthless. Why would someone buy them? Is there something wrong with his brain? Or is he too rich and has nowhere to spend it? It's that kid again. He wanted to buy this stone before, but he didn't get it. Now he wants the fragments of those useless stones. What is he trying to do? Who knows? He's probably a rich second-generation heir. He has a lot of crystals and can spend them however he wants." Discussions broke out one after another. However, everyone thought that Lin Xian must be out of his mind to buy a piece of scrap rock that had been cut off. In the crowd, even the gray-haired old man from before sneered. Previously, he thought that the stone might still contain treasures, but now that it had been cut in half, how could there be any treasures? Now that someone had made a bid, it was purely a waste of crystals. The green-robed middle-aged man was also surprised, but he still nodded and agreed. After all, if he could get back 10 caddies of crystals, it would be less of a loss. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Lin Xian ignored the other's words and gave the other party 10 crystals. Then he waved his hand and put away the 4 pieces of gravel on the ground. He really bought it. No way. Is he out of his mind? Who knows? Ignore this kid. He's probably a hothead who doesn't know anything. Ooh. Everyone shook their heads and ignored him. Instead, they looked at the other stones. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very satisfied. These people actually dared to mock him. What idiots! This time, he had made a huge bargain. The crystals inside were about 75 to 60 caddies, so he was willing to buy the 100 caddies. However, he wouldn't buy the 150 caddies. That was because there was no profit to be made. Now, however, he had only spent 10 caddies of crystals and bought 150 to 10 caddies of crystals. Among them, he had earned more than 140 caddies of crystals for free. Chapter 1924. However, old Monster Duga didn't know. He felt that Lin Xian really had nowhere to spend his money. He actually bought useless stones. The dark red dragon was happy. This feeling of making a fortune silently was simply awesome. However, hearing the sneers and ridicule of the people around him, the dark red dragon was very unhappy. He pulled Lin Xian and said, "Kid, why don't you cut it here? I want to see what kind of expressions they will have after you cut it out." All right. Being ridiculed by so many people, Lin Xian was also unhappy in his heart, so he planned to cut the stones on the side. Oh my God, it's real. At the side, the corner of old Monster Duga's mouth twitched. Previously, when he bought these 4 broken stones, he had already been ridiculed for a long time. Now, this young master in front of him was actually going to cut the stones in front of everyone, and it was 4 pieces of useless stones. Wasn't this deliberately looking for a joke? Old Monster Duga had a feeling of wanting to run away. He couldn't afford to lose this old face. I say, "Old man, what's with your expression? You don't believe us, do you?" When the dark red dragon saw old Monster Duga's expression, he was immediately unhappy. He leaned over and said, "Yes, what, do you think it's embarrassing? Don't worry. This kid's strength is far beyond your imagination. Just wait. When the time comes, the ones who will be dumbfounded will be them." Hee. Hearing this, old Monster Duga rolled his eyes. He didn't believe such words, so he used his mana. Immediately, a purple mist formed a mask on his face, revealing only his 2 eyes. It was best for him to cover his face now so that he wouldn't embarrass himself when the time came. On the other side, Lin Xian was preparing to cut the stones. His fingers were like knives, and a resplendent light appeared on his palm, turning into a sharp blade. This light naturally attracted the attention of others. Immediately, the people who were originally surrounding the stall turned their heads one after another. When they saw that Lin Xian was actually going to cut those useless stones, one by one, they began to discuss. "Look, this kid is really going to cut these useless stones. No, he might as well find a random stone in the mountains to cut these things. I reckon that's better than this." Sigh. Young people nowadays don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they can cut out a treasure from a piece of rock. That brat is probably going to cry in a while. We have to watch the show. Many people sneered and turned their heads to stare at Lin Xian. They decided to watch the show. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He used his fingers as a blade and chopped down with lightning speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian attacked ruthlessly and decisively. His fingers moved like a swimming dragon. Light flickered and shattered rocks fell from the sky. What the hell? So fast. What does he want? Is he cutting the rock, or is he planning to cut the rock into pieces? When those people saw this scene, they were even more stunned. "Big brother, are you here to show off your stone-cutting skills?" That must be it. It's definitely not for the sake of cutting the stone. However, some of the old men sneered. There can't be anything good inside. He's just showing off. He might as well cut it and see if it's practical. If he can cut out a crystal, I'll eat all of these rocks. Buzz. However, at that moment, Lin Xian chopped down again. Immediately, a green light flashed and rushed in all directions. A ray of light came out from the waste rock. The rich aura was intoxicating, and the spiritual power in their bodies was mobilized. The green light seemed to be jade green, and it carried a faint glow that enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was extremely shocked and could not believe it. A crystal was dug out from a waste rock, and it seemed to be of good quality. Heavens, how is that possible? That's a waste rock. How could there be something inside? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Hit me twice and see if I'm dreaming. Damn it, this kid's luck is too good. Isn't it? He just randomly picked up 2 stones, and he was able to cut out a crystal? His luck is too good. Exclamations could be heard. Soon, the surrounding warriors looked over. The green-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed old man in the crowd were even more shocked when they saw this scene. Especially the green-robed middle-aged man. His face was really green this time. He thought about how he had been cutting for such a long time and did not find a single crystal. But now the other party had cut out 2 pieces of waste rock and found a crystal. This was a slap to his face. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Ling Xian's speed was getting faster and faster. Soon, a semicircular crystal appeared in front of everyone. It was half the size of a soccer ball. The emerald green light shone like a top-grade jade. Damn, it's such a big piece. How much did this kid spend to buy it? This piece must be 70 to 80 kilograms, right? This kid spent 10 crystals to buy it, but he actually cut out 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. Damn, that's simply heaven-defying. God, this kid might be a Seeker Spirit Master. How could that be? He must be a Seeker Spirit Master. Otherwise, how could he cut out such a crystal from waste rock? Everyone was discussing animatedly, and there was an uproar. The gray-robed old man also had a face full of regret. Why didn't he buy it back then? If he had bought it, these crystals would be his now. The green-robed, middle-aged man's breathing was even more rapid. That was waste rock. A piece of waste rock could produce 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. He had spent 150 kilograms of crystal, but he didn't even get a single crystal. Wasn't this gap a little too big? The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. This was nothing. There was still one more piece that hadn't been cut out. Let's see if you can still mock me when I cut out another 70 to 80 kilograms. He was extremely proud now. He thought about how these people had mocked him and thought that he was an idiot. But now, feeling these people's amazed and admiring gazes, the dark red divine dragon was in a good mood. Beside him, old Monster Duga's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell was going on? How could he cut out so many crystals from a piece of waste rock? Pa, he slapped his own face. Old man, how boring is it to slap yourself in the face? Do you want me to slap you? The dark red divine dragon walked over. No, there's no need. I believe it's true. I believe it, okay? Old Monster Duga wanted to cry, but had no tears. He realized that the young man in front of him was simply a monster. Soon, Lin Xian's second crystal was cut out. It was another 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. The two of them together weighed a total of 150 to 60 kilograms. This result made everyone go crazy. The green-robed, middle-aged man spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was due to anger. He had spent 150 kilograms of crystal, but he didn't get a single crystal. The other party only spent 10 kilograms of crystal, but he got 150 kilograms. The organization earned more than 140 kilograms. What kind of method was this? Perhaps even powerful Seeker Spirit Master families like the Ouyang family and the Tuoba family might not be able to do it, right? Heavens, who was this kid? Which family was he from? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.